Sehr, sehr schön, weil hier sehr gut Stärken gefördert werden. Warum hier gerade keiner ist, sind gerade alle drüben im Technikumplatz beim Campus Festival. Vielleicht sehen wir uns ja bald in der Hochschule Mittweida. Bis dahin!
Herzlich willkommen zum Medienforum Mittweida 2022.
Der Höhepunkt des Jahres.
Hochprofessionell.
Darauf bin ich persönlich wahnsinnig stolz und die ganze Fakultät auch.
Wirklich sehr cooler Kongress, den ihr organisiert habt.
Es ist so schön, in so viele Gesichter zu blicken.
Was sind die Grundlagen im Sportmarketing?
Das ist unsere erste Live-Podcast-Aufzeichnung.
Und da sind die Möglichkeiten auch viel größer geworden.
Wo liegt der Hauptfokus beim Signing?
Storytelling hat einen messbaren Einfluss, vor allem auf die Erinnerung.
Dann muss man in der Lage sein, zu abstrahieren und zu überlegen, okay, aber was ist der Kern? Worum geht's?
Das ist sowas Ähnliches wie Gas und Kupplung. Wenn man das eine ein bisschen mehr drückt, muss man das andere ein bisschen weniger drücken.
Wollen wir noch jemanden dazu holen?
Ja, unbedingt.
Muss so ein Moment sein, wo ich so selber denke, oh wow, das würde ich mir jetzt gerne anschauen. Da hätte ich gern jetzt einen Film dazu.
Ihr seid die künftigen Filmschaffenden.
Was stecken da für Ideen hinter und was löst es auch bei mir aus?
Und wenn man nicht davor steht und die Türen eintritt, dann bleiben sie halt zu.
Das war das Medienforum Mittweida 2022.
Mittweida, 8 de la noche. Mientras muchos se preparan para irse a dormir, aquí estamos nosotros, haciendo cola. No, no es otra barbacoa, ya. Si no dan comida gratis, ¿por qué hay tanta gente haciendo cola? Tranquilo que yo te lo explico. Hoy, como veis, he cambiado mi escenario habitual. Nos encontramos en el Medienforum Mittweida para asistir a la Cine Night 2.0. Y la película de esta noche es Johanna Malvich. Momentum. Esta sigue durante 2 años la vida de la directora de orquesta Johanna Malvich, tanto en su vida profesional como en la personal. Además, esta peli es muy especial porque se ha producido aquí mismo, en Sajonia. ¿Lo veis? No todo pasa en Berlín. ¿Cómo creéis que es producir una película por toda Europa y editarla luego en Sajonia? Pues la verdad es que podemos resolverlo hoy mismo, porque están tanto el director como el productor de la película, y no los pienso dejar escapar.
So this pilot immediately talk about it in a very specific digital. Malvich missional partner who is immediately interested in, like partner, and then you have already a certain big amount of finance, which in the end may be something like 30% of the total finance which you need. And with such a partner, you may succeed to have actually more. And then you go to present the project with a system and tell them how you need.
I know that you are a team for intern. What advice would you give to the pilot students?
Of course, to be interested in what the company you want to join is producing. The most important thing, I guess, like your Irish, I think is vital, that's for experience.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Bueno, queridos, esta es la última vez que nos vemos en uno de estos pequeños eventos. Pero eso significa que queda muy poquito para el Medienforum. Marcad estas fechas, 18 y 19 de noviembre. Guten Nacht.
Professionell,
kontaktfreudig,
kreativ, vielschichtig,
zukunftsorientiert, bereichernd,
jung,
bunt.
Und es ist einfach ein tolles Format, um sich auszutauschen. Das Medienforum war auch dieses Jahr wieder unglaublich schön und unglaublich cool und vor allem so unglaublich professionell.
Ich bin ehrlich gesagt total begeistert.
Tolles Haus, tolle Location, tolle Menschen hier.
Mitten in der sächsischen Provinz, in the middle of nowhere, würde ich fast sagen.
Also ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass das hier so XXL groß ist, so unfassbar modern ist.
Ich glaube, dass dieser persönliche Austausch, dieses sich wieder treffen, sich neu begegnen, dieses Medienforum doch sehr ausmacht.
Es ist sehr nah, es ist angenehm, der Austausch blüht wieder richtig und es ist eine lebendige, tolle Veranstaltung.
Ich freue mich, dass ich heute so viele Kolleginnen und Kollegen und Menschen finde, mit denen man über die zentralen Fragen diskutieren kann, die derzeit die Medienpolitik bewegen.
Ich bin jedes Jahr sehr angetan, weil es wirklich tolle Vorträge gibt, wo man selbst als alter Hase noch viel hören und lernen kann.
Sehr, 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 sehr schön.
Die Energie und das Menschliche der gesamten Mitarbeiter, die hier unterwegs gewesen sind, ich muss sagen, das war schon richtig cool und man hat sich hier wirklich sehr schnell angekommen und zu Hause gefühlt.
Am besten gefällt mir der Spirit der Menschen, die hier an der Hochschule lernen und lehren, weil es ist der Spirit, den wir in den Medien gerade brauchen.
Es ist noch cooler geworden, es ist noch professioneller geworden.
Es war mega cool, also es war wahnsinnig gut organisiert, es war super spannend, es waren tolle Leute hier, waren mega gute Talks dabei, also es war die bunte Mischung aus allem, was man sich so vorstellt.
Es gibt viele Termine, die man verpassen sollte. Das Medienforum ist es nicht. Kommen Sie zum Medienforum oder ich komme und hole Sie ab.
Herzlich willkommen zum Medienforum Mittweida 2023.
TikTok schaut sich einfach nur an, wer interessiert sich für deine Videos.
I guess the takeaway is that if you can't tell, it's done really, really well.
Was wollen wir eigentlich erzählen? Wie kann Joko uns da helfen?
Aber als Führungskraft hilft es mir dabei, ein Umfeld zu schaffen, das diese Werte widerspiegelt.
Unser Printleser ist im Durchschnitt 72 Jahre alt heute. Das ist ein Riesenproblem, wie ihr euch vorstellen könnt. Wir müssen also die jungen Menschen erreichen.
Jetzt kann man hier schon den ersten Kritikpunkt aufmachen. Öffentlich-rechtlicher Content muss doch mehr Politik machen.
Das Problem ist nur, irgendwann kam das Internet. Ein noch größeres Problem, das Internet ging nicht wieder weg. Und wir müssen uns jeden dieser Bereiche für uns so gut erschließen, dass wir konkurrenzfähig sind.
Es ist total wichtig, einfach mal zu sagen, dass so ein Format nur funktioniert, wenn wirklich alle zusammenarbeiten.
Weil die Grundfrage ist immer, die man sich stellen sollte als Reporterin und Reporter, die im Fernsehen arbeitet. Was haben die Leute eigentlich davon, wenn sie mich sehen?
Eigentlich war mein Plan, so ein bisschen was wie Stefan Raab, Joko und Klaas Böhmermann zu machen. Und mir war dann aber auch relativ schnell klar, naja, das kannst du halt nicht lernen, was die machen.
Also das war eine sehr, sehr schöne Erfahrung und hoffentlich es gibt euch ein bisschen Mut, im Studium Gas zu geben. Da ist dann doch schon einiges möglich, was man später machen kann.
Das war das Medienforum Mittweida 2023. Herzlich willkommen im Studio.
Welcome to our studio and to our live stream of today's Mediaforum Mittweida 2024. Today we start the day with an exciting panel, and we have already looked with Ms. Winter, have had an insight into the ZDF documentary, Confessions of a Neo-Nazi. And now we'd like to pick up this and dive a little deeper.
Thematisch geht es den Ex-Neonazi Michael.
It is about the former Neo-Nazi.
Gewährt einen tiefen Einblick in die Strukturen der international vernetzten rechten Szene. Ihn vor Vergeltung zu schützen, wurde seine
to
Geschichte
protect
animiert.
Michael,
Welche Möglichkeiten das für das Storytelling
his identity,
bietet, erfahren wir heute von unseren
we have there was his story was animated using Unreal Engine, a software primarily used in video games in Hollywood. And he's an alumni of the Hochschule Mittweida, and we'd like to experience
Ja, hallo, ich freue mich voll hier zu sein.
For inviting me. I'm an alumni of the
und kann was zu unserem Projekt Verständnis eines Neonazis sagen. Wer gestern schon da war, der hat den Vortrag von Dennis gehört. Der hat
Whoever was there yesterday saw something about this documentary already, and now I'd like to talk about the virtual production behind the scenes. And I have looked up for a photo from the Mittweida journal from 2017. I was part of Sendefish from 2016 until 2019. Then I did an internship there and I stayed there because afterwards I worked in different projects, in documentaries for public service, broadcasting, for example, Die Spur, Plan B and Y Kollektiv. But now I'd like to introduce our topic. Dennis has already talked about this yesterday, and I would like to give you some insight into a super exclusive person who has a neo-Nazi background, and this person has victim protection, witness protection. And when we found this information, we were faced with some challenges. We had to think about, okay, we have to protect this witness. If this person gets identified, he will be in danger. So we had to verify the information he was giving to us. And most of the pieces of information were from back the 1990s. So we had to look up these people. It was very, very difficult to confirm this information. These events dated back 30, 40 years. So if someone only tells the story, you cannot imagine it. You have to create something to make it real. So in order to project this, you have to think about it. It's a former neo-Nazi. We have to pay attention to not glorify these people or the things they did. So all these challenges were very difficult. We had to think about a lot. And we came to the idea to use virtual production. As we cooperated with On Point Studios, you can see some pieces. I'd like to explain to you how this works. So this is our virtual character, Michael. He was created, and we will interview him in this documentary. And at the same time, we can see these events he was living in a virtual space. And all this is created by motion capture. Here you can see an actor who created the basic movements. Another big part was the interview, where you can see one actor and another actor who gives him a voice. And this is our Michael, who we will use in the documentary. And Michael is a very central person in this documentary because he shows up in the main part of this documentary. It must be a person that can be close. You have another two actors you can see on the screen. Someone who did the movement, the other one did the voice. And how can we depict a neo-Nazi? Because Michael is only a representation of our source. So how can we depict a neo-Nazi? We can make up a lot of things, but we'll need something visual to start with. So, internally in Sendefähig, we did three prototypes of Michael. These are the prototypes we could interview. And when we went to OnPoint with these, this is the direction where we want to go to. So there are so many pieces and that we had to pay attention to. As you can see, there are many things that don't work well together, but still. So if we have the Michael on the screen there, you have different angles, and we imagine him as a 30-year-old person with a strong body, but unprofessional. And okay, we have different time slots, different pieces in his story, in his history where we're talking about, so he has to look differently in these scenes. So at the beginning he looks a bit fat, he wears a bomber jacket, he's bald. As you can see, his face changes. He gets to look a bit friendlier. So here, talking about heroization and glorification, at the end, this is a neo-Nazi who is speaking to us. So even if we listen to him for 30 minutes in a virtual space, we have to make a connection to this virtual person. So here's some pieces of the interview in the virtual space. Okay, so although this is a virtual interview, why do we have a fake camera and a fake lamp?
Sind ein paar Shots einfach hintereinander, das ist nicht so, wie es in der Serie verschnitten ist. Es ist halt wichtig, hier die ganze Erzählform einzusetzen.
Here we can use some storytelling features that we've learned. Everybody has seen some behind-the-scenes shot of a real interview, and all the shots we use in this documentary are made like this was a real person. So we have to ground this in reality so that the viewers can connect to this virtual person. So we created some very emotional moments. We're not the experts on this topic, that's why we collaborated with OnPoint. But through this, we had the possibility to create some close insights in emotional moments. And this gave us freedom to put the camera wherever we wanted to. So this is part of an interview sequence. And even if we only need another scene or another perspective for only one moment, this is very useful. So as we do classic TV, this is something not so normal. We go there, usually go at some place and record a real interview, and now we have a picture that we can manipulate. So through this virtual production, we had the opportunity to use another camera on another site, and this gave us so much flexibility for our production.
Der nächste Punkt, den wir hatten, ist die Nacherzählung von Michael.
The next point we had was telling his story, the things that he experienced or could remember. I'll show you a scene. These are all the shots that we had, all in a row. The way it is in the documentary. This is about a story in which Michael talks about how he went with his friends to
Hier sehen wir nämlich auch Michael einmal in seinem Vergangenheitsleben, nicht in der Interviewposition, und so eine Erzählung stringent zu erzählen, das sind immer so 4-5
Telling a story from this perspective, it's about 4 or 5 minutes at a time of complete pure virtual production. It's really exciting to work together with On Point Studios because our primary job is translation. Because through research, there are aspects of the story that become clearly necessary to tell to make it realistic. And on the other side, production says, hey, this is something we can do and this is something we can't do. And this is where we have to play our part as well. Because these stories, the basic facts were pretty obvious to us. The car drives along a road, gets into the forest, and practices some shooting. The world that we create needs to really carry the story. Where exactly we place trees and how exactly the world looks isn't the most important thing. The virtual studio can kind of just say, well, we'll do it the way we think could be realistic. Other details are very, very important to be realistic and authentic. For example, the actual weapon used, the number of people, what clothes are they wearing, which cars do they use. These are all things that we found out in research and just had to be correct. We can see for the set in general, from the interviews, this happened in this location, in this kind of mine. This is a bit the vibe, and this is what it needs to look like. And we kind of said, okay, well, let's see what happens. Let's see what the studio produces. And you can see how they're shooting. We have about 9 different stories that were made into scenes like this. At the top you see Michael in his youth summer camp. There's a concert. At the top you saw the excavation site that we just saw. There's some gun running. In the middle you have the social life in a Nazi social building. In der Mitte Neonazi-Kontakte in Behörden, die Infos rausgeben, und das sieht man vielleicht. In the bottom of the middle you have informants or people handing over information to the police. Das ist tatsächlich ein Fun Fact dazu, da das ja alles Motion Capture war und die meisten Bewegungen. Since it was all motion capture and most movements were actually enacted by people and actors. Marian kann da vielleicht gleich noch mal mehr dazu sagen, aber ich glaube, ein Kollege von It's quite the harsh scene, but I think one of the people who was doing the motion capture actually got injured by being so realistic in acting out the process. And the crazy thing about all of this, which we wouldn't have thought, is that in the 90 minutes that we produced, 3 times 30 minutes, 3-part series, we're about 14 minutes in the real world, interview and storytelling. We thought, you know, we want to implement this as a style medium, but it became a central way of telling the story, and it was a lot more runtime than we had actually expected to begin with and thought was possible. Will ich einmal was zum Projektrahmen sagen, weil es war ein total verrückter Ritt. Wir haben da von the project was really a crazy ride. November 22 bis Juni 23 dran gesessen. We sat at it from November 22 to January 23. This is our slightly elaborate and confusing project plan. And the credits, because it was really crazy, it was a very atypical production for us. Normally speaking, it's documentary reporting. We film something that happens and then edit it. Here we scripted the whole thing, in a sense, since we needed to represent something using the stories that we were given. There were so many people that played a part. This is the credits, but not everyone who played a small part is listed, because there would be over 70 people, I'd say. Genau, das Ganze kann man in der ZDF-Mediathek schauen. 30 Minuten. You can watch it in the ZDF Media Library, 3 times half an hour. It's very interesting. I'd really recommend going out and watching it. But before you do, my colleague Marian's coming out and he'll talk more about the tech behind it and how they actually made this into reality. Thank you for your attention, and I'm very happy to pass the word on to Marian.
Lieber Martin, danke schön auf jeden Fall für den Einblick. Eine Frage, die mich auch noch interessiert.
Thank you for your wonderful insight. I do have a question. The research was really quite a long research. The project took about 1 or 2 years. Pure production went from about November to June, but the research started years earlier. It's kind of difficult to say when the initial questions and interviews began. How do you finance something like this kind of intense research? It's definitely a bit of an investment to begin with. Kind of have a broad sense of direction, you get something from someone and kind of get into contact with people, and you kind of have to just see what it develops into. Well, Dennis led the interviews, but after the first interviews it wasn't really clear how far can this go, what could this become, what potential does it have, and so we just had to do it and see what it became. Thank you for your insight. You can take a seat and we'll see you in the Q&A. Since we have to move on to Marian Woller, he's head of production at On Point Studios, and he's largely responsible that we're able to see Michael's story in such detail. A warm applause for Marian Woller.
So as I've already was told, so I'm the head of production at On Point Studios. And first of all, I'd like to show you what our company is about. We're an animation studio in Berlin. We also do virtual production, and we focus on real-time production. So we do motion capture, mocap. You notice maybe a black suit and some points on it, and this will be transferred to a virtual character. Actually, this is no live recording. This is a very long process that can take several months or years. And this is what makes virtual production. So we can connect the directing with the different sessions in this process. So here you can see some pictures of what we do. These are just some hints of some projects we did in the past years. All of these, or basically all of these, are real-time productions. So this was just a snippet from a reel. We were created as one part of a big company. This company was scanning people, footballers, actors, and others. And they were printing these virtual characters. This was quite some time in the past. Back then, Unreal wasn't the film tool. And VR was slowly approaching, but it wasn't here yet. So they were thinking what to do with these characters. We can not only print them, but we can actually revive them and create some experiences. So then we made these recordings, and we went abroad and recorded, and then we decided to create an intern mocap studio, and this is how On Point Studios was founded. So we could realize internal projects and do some specialized things because we basically always worked live, and we specialized on how can we produce real time in the fastest way possible. This is something you cannot explain to anybody. You have to show these to clients and say, hey, you don't know what I can, but I can show you. This is why we created our own project, a virtual theater piece. What can we do with mocap? How far can we go with the quality of these real-time recordings? So this is a piece we did together with Epic. This was created live in our studio, and it's a virtual film that I'd like to show now. This is just a teaser. It's not a final project. So the original is filmed in 60 frames per second. As I've said, it's live in our studio, and also the cameraman wears a virtual camera.
Oh, you're fascinating. Okay, so I finally have something. It looks kind of like a caterpillar, but... Okay, I'm on my way. Jeez. Allie out. So listen, I'm not gonna hurt you. Okay? But I am gonna grab you because I gotta take... Oh man, you're gorgeous. I'm sorry, but I've gotta put you in here. Gonna be honest, it's cramped, but it's kind of cramped for all of us in Space Food, so you're just gonna have to suck it up, man. Yep. Oh my god. Time to go, buddy.
This is storytelling live. The idea for this, of this piece, is that we'd like to make a 5-minute short movie, and this person is on a ship and something went wrong. It's basically Jurassic Park in space. We'd like to create an interactive short film, a film people can interact with. So this is the fundament of our virtual production. And we make it possible for artists to create virtual characters, and this makes it so much faster. So talking about talking about speed, I have to speed up a bit. So I think the best virtual production tool is the characters. So MetaHuman is our basis. It's a framework where we can create characters very quickly. Before MetaHuman, this character could have costed 200,000 euros. And if I wanted to adapt this character for simple shots, we were talking about maybe 500,000 euros. After MetaHuman, I can create very, very realistic characters now, and I can adapt single features. This is very fast. And in our studio, we can also scan real people and transform them into virtual characters. So you know that these characters don't look anymore like a meta-human character, but like a real person. The person was scanned in. So this is one of our most important tools. Formerly, this character was rendered, and one picture of this person could have taken 10 minutes to 1 hour of rendering. And here we've used this time, and we've used these different tools to revive Michael. As you can see on the screen, this character is live, and this is recorded. So talking about the characters, my biggest success with these recordings is that in the interviews we used material of 1.5 to 2 hour material. And this material was produced in only a few days. So we had this real character in our stage. It was recorded live. We sent it to Sendefähig, and a few days later we got the material. So this may explain why the character doesn't look as perfect. Because 80% of the work is all this, and 20% is are other features that we had no time for anymore. So details as face and hair. So talking about the sets, we have created some sets that were basically created with in software of Unreal. These are included in some Unreal packages, and you can also build them yourself. We've got some pictures of these cams, and as you can see, we can zoom into a forest, we can create detailed pictures and videos, and do all these in very little time. Talking about this query, we had no possibility to buy this, so we worked with someone who created this within 1 week, but with very detailed information of how we wanted it to be like. We thought of different locations, and then we just picked the best of it. And if you work like this, you can create this work in only a few days. I'll jump a bit forward because I'd like to show you something. So here you can see some animations that were already mentioned by Marian. This is a scene played by the security service, and where our actor actually hurt himself. These are some live recordings and animations that we tried to build in our studio. So this is how they get into the room. And this way we know more or less where are the pieces of the room, so the doors or furniture. We put different pieces into our setting.
Sieht nicht so super glücklich aus, aber letztendlich der Shot war wichtig.
He definitely got grappled to the ground and doesn't seem that pleasant, but the shot was definitely captured. And this is the main portion of it, of the entire thing.
Ich würde gerne noch einmal
To finish,
zeigen, wie das Ganze ausgesehen hätte.
I'd like to show what it would have looked like if we'd done it today. This is also live.
Das ist ein bisschen, ich würde sagen, das hat uns erlaubt, eine halbe Stunde, halbes Jahr später hätte es uns erlaubt, vom Facial Animation.
About half a year later, it would have allowed us to get from facial animation to this quality.
Diese Tiefe zu erreichen,
to reach this depth.
Hätte uns ein halbes Jahr später erlaubt. Die Tools entwickeln sich so schnell, dass wir innerhalb von wirklich sehr, sehr kurzer Zeit
Only half a year later, we would have been able to achieve this. It's how quickly tools are developing in this time. There's such leaps and bounds in quality. Also environments like this one. This was Little Red Riding Hood in our case.
Rotkäppchen live digital spielen.
You could play and record Little Red Riding Hood live as a virtual world. And you can see it looks a bit more lively, the characters look more realistic.
Mein Thema ist etwas umfangreicher.
Sorry for taking so long. I've got a large topic and I like telling you about it. So that's why I had to rush through some of it, unfortunately. But if someone is particularly interested, I'm open to questions, of course.
Vielen, vielen lieben Dank, Marian, auch für deinen Einblick. Eine Frage, die mich auch noch interessiert,
Thank you for your insight.
Entwicklung von aktuellen Tools angesprochen.
You're talking about the rapid development of the tools.
Ich würde vielleicht das KI-Fass trotzdem nochmal aufmachen.
I guess I'll open the floodgates of AI again and talk about AI. How much of a role does that play?
In dem Fall für digitales, für eine Erstellung von visuellen Inhalten ist kein
For the creation of visual content, AI is definitely a wonderful tool. But prompting is not storytelling. I think that's a great sentence to keep in mind. I can't tell a story by entering prompts somewhere. A story is told in a classical format with a camera, with a director. I need people who play it.
Wir sind auch da tatsächlich bei der KI dran, diese KI mit Mocap zu nutzen. Also man kann
We're trying to use AI with motion capture in combination. There are some characters that you can record with motion capture and then use AI to take it to such a new level that looks photorealistic. But I have a way of creating these scenes and to really create motion movement scenes the way I really want to have them. Because prompting, I mean, we've all seen example videos, Sora and stuff. There are thousands of tries that they have to take to get a video to look anything like what they want to look like. That's not something that they show. But we have 1 day to record things. I need to create 30 minutes of final content. And so it's not yet there, but it's a great help. Thank you for your response. I'd like to invite Martin back to the stage and Professor Rika Fleck. I wish you a great time in the Q&A.
I
had to hurry, unfortunately. Now we have less time to ask questions. Thank you for the peek into your work. It was very interesting. Before I ask my first question, I'd like to invite the audience to ask questions and also the viewers in the live stream. The questions will be collected and asked at the end of this segment. What I thought was interesting was your idea of bringing set or directing to a new level. There were complex stories and ideas and concepts that were explained, but you tried to convey emotion with this really personal, real story, which is something fairly new And another thing you did is you really turned a classic genre upside down by taking a classic documentary format, which is generally based on original documents and images of originals and real people, and you kind of did a bit of took an innovative leap in this sense. How was this idea met initially, the idea of doing it completely differently? I have to say, reenactment as a way of telling a story is not something new, necessarily. And digitally, there are also other documentaries about Neanderthals or something that are also virtually portrayed, but this emotional relationship to Michael in our story is something particularly interesting. And this was definitely a process to actually think of doing it this way. And I think you were very much right. Most people don't understand the realm of possibility in this sector. And this is really a format that we can use and can actually employ. And so we had a whole bunch of issues to begin with because we didn't know how much we were able to actually tell or gather from various accounts. You can't just put someone in front of a monologue for 40 minutes. I don't know exactly how it happened. I mean, we met and I went to Berlin with Dennis and we had a look and really just discussed what are the possibilities, what are the limits, how can we combine these two different ways of telling this story. So we thought, how do we do this? In the context of a documentary, we didn't really find any examples that a source can anonymously tell such a long story in this kind of format. And so we did have a look around and tried to find someone that could be a partner and would even begin to want to do this with us. And we often said, I can't imagine anyone wanting to do this with us, but we worked together with ZDF and realized that they understand it and they were interested and wanted to do it. So ZDF was quite excited about it and quite intrigued and wanted to make it more accessible to a young audience and wanted to see how it works. My second question. What I thought was really surprising is that you had data from 2 years of research and you needed to then animate this avatar or build it to be true to the story, to kind of be realistically, to appear like a Nazi, but also have very specific details left out to make sure that the source is completely anonymous and protected. How did you do that? To manage to take such a huge data set and filter out the things that you needed for the realism, but also wanted to animate? Well, the SWAT mission was fairly easy to do. You had pictures of the location, you knew exactly what happened, there were details. There are many details of the actual scene itself, as you could see in the animation. But those are things that you can show, exactly. And so that we were able to do because we knew that the evidence was there. There were other things where we purposely don't show things to protect the source, or things that are a bit too not ideal for all audiences. I think you're right that not everyone has access to it, that we kind of give it to you in a way that you can actually work with it and make something of it. And then you come back to us and say, okay, that is something that we can do. Well, that was one of the most difficult points for us, to kind of say that we can even do it. In the end, Martin and Sendefähig approached us and showed us a kind of rudimentary version of what they would like. And we kind of said, okay, when is this meant to be published? 2027? And they said, well, no. And so far, it just wasn't possible to reach a set level of quality. And I'd like to reiterate, we don't have any Pixar-level animation quality because it just isn't possible with current tools. But what we did achieve was possible, and it was sufficient, and it was enough to move people, to show them that it is possible. And if we now show baby steps of progress, I mean, Facebook could look like this. It was very important that we come together and that we just say, let's try. And that ZDF was behind you was very important, because I don't think ZDF would have been behind us. So, thank goodness Sendefähig came to us so that ZDF was actually behind them to help them fulfill or realize their ideas. Well, I could add to that, in our normal workflow in TV, there's a contract, there's an idea, and the broadcaster kind of says, okay, it'll be like that, yeah, good, let's do it. It might end up looking completely different from what we initially agree upon or expect, and that's just how it ends up being, and that's something we're used to. And this documentary was initially written on a piece of paper and then started piecing together the little bits of paper and said, okay, we've got an interview here, and we've got a bit of storytelling here, and this was something that ZDF really took a bit of a gamble on, and thank God they took the gamble on it. They really decided to go through with it based on the little bits of paper that we gave them, and so we were able to pass that on to you and say, okay, this is the little container in which we're working, because it's such a huge work, so you can only start working once we have finished writing it. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely right. And I think it was really, really important that we were able to react so quickly and to start working on it, that we got the sketches of the scenes, and it wasn't 3 months later that we were able to show something, but a week later already. We already had some lookalikes that we could show, and that we could provide to show you. And this wasn't possible before Unreal and virtual production.
Okay, I'd like to ask the audience if they have any questions.
Ich verstehe dich.
Wir hören dich auf jeden Fall.
We don't hear anything. Could you please repeat your question?
Jetzt los.
The question was, can we do this completely only digitally? So I have to ask you, what do you mean completely digitally? All of these movements were made by humans, and according to my understanding, you could save the money for the actors and the set, and wouldn't it be cheaper to do it completely virtually, digitally? How do you think computer games are made? How do you think animations are made? Well, it's this way. It's one day we'll take all the we're recording all the loops of, for example, computer games, and all these movements are transferred to the engine. You take the small movements and you blend them in to the movements that you can actually see in the computer game. And you cannot show emotions. You cannot determine, okay, this person should smile now. or do something else. So what we do is basically the very, very short form of it. We don't build computer games. We record it and then we cut it and we tell the actor what to do. So we can, in the best of cases, do live recordings. Okay, then thank you for the explanation. And I'd like to add that for us it was very important that Michael's performance was made by a real human being, because he's the stand-in for a real human. So if we have someone that we can give directions to and what he should do, we can create a better picture. And this is also something that makes fun. So back then it wasn't possible to make all these details perfect. Michael is still something very virtually looking. And we had a tool, AR Kit, and this is something you put in front of the face, and it transfers these data onto a virtual character. This is something you were able to see in the snippets, but nowadays you can get 100 times more details in a face that you can transfer on these virtual persons. And I think that if I have a look at the internet this evening, I might see some newer tools. Okay, thank you, Michael. I'd like to ask more questions, but we only have so little time. So I have another question. Martin, you've said that there are some elements that you cannot realize in film. So what are these elements? So this is something that can be told us during our research work, or something that we found very early in the process. We were very happy to have a new tool to work with, but at the same time we had to say, okay, this concert scene that we didn't actually see so much of, there you can see a neo-Nazi band and 15 people on front of the stage, and you could also project this and put 100 people in front of the stage, but then we get to our limits of animation we have right now. So at this point it is crucial to decide what is extra and what is essential. Where do we have to put our energy and work in? So, for example, the gun we can see in the quarry. It is important to verify this gun, which gun was used. But talking about a right-wing concert, we know, okay, there usually are so and so much people. But these are different ideas, different reflections. So only if we have a problem we have to overcome, you can get to these conclusions. So one last question from my part. I was looking in my archive and I found your contribution from the Medienforum 2018. So this was the last time you were here, and I'd like to ask a question that might be interesting for the audience. In the last few years you have done so much work, and maybe you can share something about what is important to be a producer for the ZDF production. Yes, it's very interesting to talk about this. So I was practically ready. I graduated in 2019. I delayed my bachelor thesis, and before the pandemic, there was the idea to, okay, slow this down a bit. So the benefit of using what I've learned here and what I've learned there is that we're not perfect cameramans or cutters. And this was also a benefit when we approached you. There is a common ground that we can use, but we are the firewall of ZDF. And this agile working and going on learning is something that is really unique about this. I think that the productions that we made during this time, and some of these were just projects we wanted to finish, and maybe some projects were very close, they were very similar, but some of these projects were completely new. Okay, we had to create new workflows, and this was so interesting. It is important to always continue learning. And you're saying Mittweida is a good space. Yes, I think so. Maybe the most important skill I learned is to react flexibly to problems, because you can learn you can learn some basic features, and mindset might be a difficult word, but you really have to learn how to use situations, how to react, and just go on. Don't be afraid. Just go on, thinking how you can solve this situation. And some DIY projects are very good base for this. So thank you very much for the Q&A and your talks. And thank you.
Genau, vielen lieben Dank nochmal an euch für die sehr
Thank you all for your very interesting talks. We'll be continuing at 11 in the studio and in the live stream with Ad Impact, Germany's commercial films industry. And we'll be looking into some new developments and trends in the German commercial films industry. See you in a minute.
Welcome to our next panel at Impact, Germany's advertising industry. We're now focusing on a very monetary and important topic, the advertising industry and its cash flows. In a rapidly changing media landscape, it's so important to keep an eye on the current revenues and budgets. And to find out more, we have invited Klaus-Peter Schulz, Managing Director of the Medienforum Association. And in his keynote speech, he will give us some impressions of current developments in the advertising industry, and he'll give us some inclusive insights to the hottest trends in the digital marketing. Please join me here.
Ja, schönen guten Tag und vielen Dank für den netten Empfang von euch.
Hello, and thank you for your warm welcome.
Schön, dass ihr da seid hier im Saal und auch
thank you for joining me online and here. And I hope this will not be a too dry topic for you. I'll present you some figures, and I hope this will be fine. So we're waiting on some sounds. Okay, perfect. So I'm Klaus-Peter Schulz. I'm from the association Die Mediaagenturen, and formerly I was working with ProSieben and Sat.1. I was Omicron Media Group, and in my private life, I have a son, maybe in your age. I'm divorced, and I like to sail. And now I'd like to come to our today's topic. So this is our advertising sales revenues. So as you can see that TV had 3.6 billion decrease, and this is a tendency that will be like this year again. So now have a look at the big players. We can see Google with 6.1 billion. Of those, YouTube almost 9 million, huge increase of 12%. Also Meta with 1.7 billion, and Amazon is huge too. Of its retail, you can see 2 billion euros revenue, and also TikTok is very big with 12% increase. These big media firms will have a similar development this year, maybe even an increase of 50%. So now have a look on the right-hand side of the slide. You can see that against this growth, print media and TV are really left behind. You have very small increases or some huge decreases. This will be a trend in the coming year as well. You cannot forget that in 2018 they had other figures. So YouTube, Insta, TikTok are still growing online. Their market is growing, but not as strongly as for Amazon and Meta. So the offerings of other media that are shown on the slide here, for example, newspapers is something that stagnates for years now. Also, consumer publications, HO, and newspapers only have like 3% of the spendings. Digital out of home is slightly growing, and out of home in general is growing. Spotify as well. Podcasts are trending, but are not as big as said, and cinema is growing. So if you get to the conclusion, you can say that there's a 60% growth. And Google, Meta, and Amazon have a 3/4 share. So they slightly drift into a very critical phase. If you have a look at the total video, and on the right-hand side, YouTube Prime, and maybe some parts of Netflix. Netflix doesn't have so much offer, but these are sums that the total video market is 5.7, and this part is growing. So this is the market as it is, and now we have a look on the trends. This is a trend monitor that we as Media Agenturen Association present every year. And this presentation is part of it. So here you can see some very important people of our agency, and we are an official association, and we also have another working group. We both work together on this trend monitor, and we are several groups, for example, IVG, Pilot, and some other smaller media agencies. And altogether, we present more than 90% of the whole digital media volume in Germany. We usually create a questionnaire, and we have expert groups for expert questions. So you can see this presentation on our website as well. We'll rush a bit through it now. So now I'd like to present you 7 insights or topics. We have the market development, and we can say, okay, yes, it's going well, but we still can see some stagnation. Video channels are big. And now retail media is a trend as well. Where this comes from, well, I don't know. As I've said, Google with the 5 billion is one of the biggest single channel. There's almost no other channel where search is not apart from.
Das Handy ausmachen. Das ist Klassiker. Nächstes Thema dabei, Programmatic Advertising.
So the next topic we have is the programmatic advertising. We're far away from 100% programmatic advertising. We have now 68%. But we can see an increase. We can see that the different types of digital marketing, video advertisements, social media, digital out-of-home, digital audio, retail, native, and content marketing, but also influencer advertising play a very big role. The only thing that we see as going back, which is very interesting, there was 100% before, and now it's only 77%. This has something to do with AI, perplexity, and we believe that at some point this will be covered by Google search as well. So this is something that will lack significance in the coming years. Social media will stay relevant, native advertising as well, but its significance will decrease. 89% of the agencies say that there's a rather or high demand, and you have to admit that last year this figure was higher. And now we are asking ourselves, has digital advertising reached its peak? Will we stay on this level, or are there any... So, for the first time, we now have the situation that agencies say that this demand is excessive. So if we have a look at these facts over there, we had a share of 29%, and those who say it's adequate, it's okay, it's has decreased. We also see two trends. The first trend is that TV and journals, newspapers will be left behind in the future. We will see video, audio, and text. And we have social too. Those are the channels. And the media agencies have the tendency to cover at least 2 or maybe 3 or even 4 of these channels. So this is one big trend, and as you can see over there is upper funnel and lower funnel. I don't know if everybody is familiar with these words.
There are some difficult phases there. So if we show ads, we talk about the funnel as a whole. The first part of an ad is about awareness, brand, showing the brand, the attention that you can get very well with video because it is more emotional than the other channels. But further into the funnel, if it's about the contacting of people and how to actually get sales, which is the most important, then it's about the social media, about the search. So you start with video and you end with social media if you really want to achieve something. I will come back to this later. About retail media first. Video reigns supreme still, and it will continue to grow. But especially about Sat.1, Pro7, RTL as a group, 90% of us do think that the market will lose power to the global players, to Netflix or Amazon Prime. Others will become more important. And that's because local media just don't invest enough into the program. Serious animated movies, it's all been left to Netflix. And public broadcasters don't really show anything new or special. The reality shows and scripted reality shows is just overused. Nobody wants to see it anymore. It's lacking creativity. When we met some experts at a video fair, they were very clear in what they said. They are disappointed. The European digital industry is being threatened by the global platforms. It's the same for other channels like books and publishing. What we would wish for is one single platform, a video platform, that is sponsored by ARD, ZDF, that just use their finances well, that have a good way of showing ads, which right now it doesn't look that good. Even if they have already met for some negotiations, there's been maybe some tries, and there have been some thoughts of making public and private broadcasters cooperate, but we probably will not get a media library combining both broadcasting. The thing is that they just don't have anything on offer anymore. We don't find anything we want to watch, and so people go back to YouTube, to Netflix. So where do we get the platform to be able to show things? A company like Amazon has a budget of 6 to 7 billion a year. ARD and ZDF maybe 1 billion per year. So we can only stay competitive if we continue to invest. We do want a good cross-reach video standard. The AGF has been sponsored to gather information, but it's probably unrealistic to expect Google and Meta to go into cooperation. Google and Meta cannot fulfill some legislations that we can fulfill.
Retail media.
Retail media is growing very fast. And what is it? Mostly it's Amazon. About 70% of retail media is coming from Amazon. The last 30% are Lidl, Saturn, the names you already know. And what they do have is an incredible reach. They have an enormous base of customers. And another thing they have is the end of third-party cookies. They have good first-party cookies on offer. Why is that interesting to the market right now? It has risen in importance to about 2.2 billion. So they currently do lack some professionalization. They do need to get more professional. They need to get better in the things they offer. There is a lot of catching up we have to do. When talking about attribution, that's the question of converting single contacts into the KPIs the user and the customer wants. Statistically, you can also do that in modeling, and we still don't know enough about how it works. We've called the next one rethinking an industry, so cookie depreciation. A lot of us see it as more as a chance than a risk. So people have been thinking up alternatives. So a cookieless future is not among the top 5 relevant topics anymore, as you can see. The alternatives are geotargeting, identifiers. Identifiers are cookies similar, and they are being offered by a cooperation of the 4 big companies. We see this as a good alternative.
Dann haben wir ein zweites Thema, das ist in dem grünen Thema drin.
The second one is contextual targeting. You see, it is greenly highlighted green, so we are working on this. It's working well. We thought this micro-targeting is great to reach more people. And suddenly you're getting back to old media. But the DMA and the DSA were supposed to regulate Amazon, and they have not done that as they were designed to do. A lot of people lack the knowledge or the understanding that we do need ads to finance the media diversity and therefore do not want to invest in it. We also are being disadvantaged in competition media and copyright law. Since something like Sat.1 is not allowed to play certain local ads, they are wearing kind of ad corset where they are only allowed to spend a certain amount of time showing ads, and that is 12 minutes per hour. That does make it very difficult. Think of YouTube, they would laugh at 12 minutes per hour. So we actually need to act. Speaking about responsibility, hate speech, misinformation, fake news is something that is gaining more traction. And we do need to do something against this. 94% of us say the branch, this industry, the advertising industry, is responsible to protect diversity and the freedom of the press. Later we have a short video about this. This has unfortunately not yet reached the customers because people are not willing to spend more money. Now, do all of you know what we do at the Mediaagenturen? We do the Bundbilder, the creative agencies. And we see those colorful pictures reach the people they were designed for. Because we analyze the business of a company. What do you sell? How much do you sell to what kind of people? Do you need more customers to gain more sales, more revenue? We analyze all of those kinds of things. We manage to gain some consumer insights. What interests do people have that buy this brand? This is the kind of thing that interests us. Is it designed well what they offer?
So in most of campaigns, it's several of these. Then the actual strategic work says, what are the aims of our clients? What is about the revenue? Which measurements do we have to take in order to reach this? So we have to create these KPIs to work with what the client wants. So this is everything in a nutshell. And now I'd like to talk something about some specific tools that are designed for this. We're talking about cross-media measurements, and this is something very expensive, so this can reduce profitability. And I'd like to already say that we'll have something to do with AI. Specialization can basically be taken over by AI, and so we have time again for our actual work. This is also what makes, what gives us most pleasure to work on our brands. So this might be interesting for you. We are hiring.
we are looking for people who want to work in the media agencies, and you all need very different features. Some of you might like to analyze or program or talk to people and sell. Others can write very good strategies. So there's so many features that are used in this business. Whatever you like, if you like to work with languages or sales, you can decide if you want to work 2, 3, or 5 days a week. You can decide where you want to work from your home or from the agency. And you can also decide from which location you want to work from. So you can work in Hamburg or Düsseldorf or in Frankfurt, Munich, Berlin, wherever you would like to live. You will find agencies that will be waiting for you. So, I've already talked about AI and how job profiles will change, how specializations will change. So here you can see again all the points I've already mentioned. And I'd like to focus on one point, the responsibility of media. I'll show you a quick video about an initiative that we have with some private person. We are all agencies except one person, Roman Wagner. He is the head of Henjutic, and we have created a little movie about what we do, and I'd like to show it to you now.
Etwas lauter laufen.
In eine Richtung, auf die kein Verlass ist. Während sich falsche Informationen und Hate Speech ausbreiten, profitieren immer mehr Megakonzerne von Werbeausgaben. Ein Ungleichgewicht, das unabhängigen Journalismus verdrängt. Die Wahrheit ist da draußen, doch sie muss geschützt werden. Mehr denn je. Denn laut Weltwirtschaftsforum ist die Demokratie selbst auf dem Rückzug. Wir müssen etwas ändern. Es ist Zeit für Initiative 18. Eine Initiative, die freie, sichere und nachhaltige Medien zum 18. Nachhaltigkeitsziel der Vereinten Nationen machen will. Bereit zum Kampf gegen Fehlinformation, Desinformation und für die verantwortungsvolle Verteilung von Werbebudgets. Denn Medienvielfalt schützt Demokratie. Wir müssen der Verbreitung entgegentreten. Von Fake News, Hate Speech, Verschwörungstheorien, Bots, von allem, was das Bild verzerrt. Wir können Freiheit und Demokratie schützen, indem wir sicherstellen, dass alle Arten von Stimmen unsere Welt zum Strahlen bringen. Wir glauben, es braucht alle, um alles zu sehen. Denn Freiheit braucht das ganze Bild.
Ja,
okay, this 18 is there because we have 17 SDGs, and we think that oxygen is so important for the planet and media journalism is so important for our democracy. So thank you for your attention.
Vielen lieben Dank, Klaus-Peter Schulz.
Thank you, Klaus-Peter Schulz, for this exciting overview on the current trends on the advertising industry. And now we're interested in how this will influence our future life. So what can you already say about the budgets or digital market strategies? So marketing will always be there. Brands will always be sold. And there's a trend to digitalization. There are future developments. What will happen with print and other radio radio advertising. So all of these are decreasing. What will happen to them? So this can also be connected to this 18 initiative thing. We had a 6.3 growth, and this year we will have 3.3% growth, and there will be a positive trend. It is a very diverse topic, and I invite you to have a look on it. We are very interested to get to know about more. I'd like to invite Mr. Professor Buser. Thank you very much, Klaus-Peter, for this exciting presentation, and welcome also from my part. Thank you for your insights. We have learned so much here today. We've learned about the ad markets, but also how you as experts see this market. And finally, we also learned about the Initiative 18. And I'd like to start concluding with an expert like you and ask you, how do you see the ad markets in 3 to 5 years? What do you think will come? What do you think will change? What do you see? So the big trends we can see today will be the ones we'll see in 5 years. So video will increase. Platforms will increase to Amazon, and Amazon Prime and Netflix will grow. As I've said, print radio and newspapers will decrease. And you cannot only it's also an economic strategy, because most of them were left behind, and it's so important that they gain some speed. So for the coming 5 years, you can say that these will grow and these will decrease. You've also talked about digital and video. And you said something very interesting about the public service broadcasting. Then there is the wish to install ads in public service broadcasting. In RTL, Pro7 Sat.1, we cannot find any services, and you can always buy context, but you cannot reach certain people. So there's nothing happening at all. If you go to Amazon and Netflix, you see that the effects of ads, when we're talking about short videos and proactive mode, and then at these places ads don't work. But if we're talking about long formats, their ad works. We have to say that yes, on these platforms we cannot find the ad surfaces that we're looking for. We have media content. We have media content on their platforms, on the streaming platforms, and we will put some ads there. Maybe we can sponsor some titles and see what impact can this have on reducing costs. And this is basically what we see in the media of politics, except the state chancellery of Saxonia that isn't moving. Can you see some interest from big broadcasters in Germany? Well, it's difficult. In Germany, we have so many small broadcasters that don't want to
collaborate. We have RTL and ProSieben that talk badly about the public broadcasters. Radio is completely left behind. So many broadcasters think only about themselves and forget that they can only scale and grow if they collaborate, if they work together. It's very comparable to small kids. All of these sit on a sand and they throw sand on each other. But behind them, there is a huge thing that grabs all the sand, and this is Google. So this is a very exciting topic that we could discuss so long about. And I'd like to have a historical look at the history. As we all know, and also our students know, the user numbers haven't changed so much. The decrease in use is not the cause of the reducing costs.
Isn't it kind of your fault that money is going down? Well, no, it is not. Use has changed. Linear TV has decreased according to use time. Who of you knows the time, the newspaper? You do? Yes? But you're not reading it, right? Especially in younger people, how people use the media has changed. A third of young people from 14 to 29 say journalism and newspaper are not important to my life at all. They get their information through influencer, social media, about people they know personally. How people use it has changed. And studies that have been supported by the Mediaagenturen still show more or less good numbers. The netto reach has changed. I don't get the same amount of people. There are still a lot of people who watch RTL, of course. Maybe. But I can't reach the younger generation anymore. What was the second question again? If there are studies about it. We do track it with the AGF. But you asked after the clients, after the drivers of ads. Sometimes it's a bit irrational. Some clients follow the general belief that, well, something will work. They have private experiences and they hear from their children, oh, there's TikTok now, oh, there's social media. And you have some companies that say, well, in the whole world of our social media spends about 35%. But people across the world all don't use social media in the same way. Some managers get a promotion because they spend more money on TikTok, but that doesn't really matter for the company. So people are being rational, and that's why we say Initiative 18. We founded this because we need to talk to the clients, to the users about things like where does hate speech and fake news come in? How does populism work? Because we need to show that journalism is more, to raise media literacy in the younger generation. And we have to talk with the media, politics sector to change the industry. Now, are there questions from the audience? I see some raised hands. Do we have maybe some guests from the auditorium? Thank you for the presentation. You said you want to support the freedom of the press, but you still want to take away the media libraries of ARD and ZDF where they don't have ads right now. You want to put ads on there. Oh, we'll start with one little spot maybe, and we'll build it up there. We'll get the people used to it, that ads are now literally everywhere. That doesn't really fit together, doesn't it? Because that is what makes the public journalism, the public broadcasters, that clients say, make more good formats that we want you to show. So if you have this goal that you're working towards, doesn't good journalism get turned into the jungle camp? We don't want to change those broadcasters into the jungle camp. We want to work with them because they offer good content. So yes, there's always some attention to be paid, that it doesn't go against what the clients, the users want. Not all formats are suitable for ads, but there is a certain potential to just create more surface area that we cover. Some things that we haven't done in the past, we won't do right now. We are not inserting any influence over the public broadcasters, because we're not directors or producers. We're not doing that. We just see the possibilities, the opportunity to cover a broader surface area, to get more impact, and maybe some fees that you have to pay will lower. People are ready to watch more ads if that means they have to pay less. We see that in TV. And you do have to test some things. Maybe a test period of 2 years, and after that people say, oh God, we hate it and there was a shitstorm. Then we'll just have to let it go. But we have to be adaptable. We have to start somewhere. Thank you for the question. Were there other questions from the audience? Yes, somewhere over there. The chat asked if the relationship between X and users after the deregulation of content means people rethink the platform as a whole. It hasn't really, or at least not enough. The USA has had an initiative to use X less or not at all, and then X started their own initiative, GARM, and they sued them because of cartel rights. 3 managers from companies like Unilever talked over email about how they wanted to, didn't want to use X anymore, and that is of course against cartel rights, against lobbying rights. And the 6 big agency networks also wrote to the customers, to the clients, and said, please rethink if you want to use X. We would advise you to pay less. But it's problematic still, because all of those agencies sent it within 1 week, and that is against lobbying. You could not do that in Germany either. Things like that happen, but most clients haven't really thought about social media that much. There was another question in the front.
Hier oben auch eine Frage. Ja, vielen Dank für Ihre spannende Präsentation. Sie haben einige schöne Städte genannt, wo junge Menschen dann später in Medienagenturen
some cities
arbeiten
where people can work in media agencies.
Chemnitz, Dresden,
I didn't hear Chemnitz, Dresden, Leipzig,
zum Beispiel
Magdeburg,
gehört.
Erfurt.
Wird sich daran in Zukunft was ändern?
Will those cities change?
Ich fürchte nein.
They probably won't, unfortunately.
Dann machen wir doch weiter mit den Fragen, oder?
Ja.
Maybe another question.
Wir wollen nur eine einfache Antwort geben. Ne?
Also wir haben hier vorne noch.
In the front? It was very interesting to get some insights about AI in the advertising industry. Some AIs can already generate videos all on their own. Maybe there will be AIs at some time that will create full ads. What do you think about AI connected to Initiative 18?
Den habe ich jetzt noch nicht ganz überspannt. Wie ist das gemeint?
What do you mean connecting AI and Initiative 18? Does AI threaten the goal between Initiative 18 if it creates ads on its own? I'm not seeing a big link between those two things, but maybe a few words. What we do see today is that when we have adaptive advertisement, AI is great. If I work in tourism and I sell city trips, I do a spot for London and I tell the AI, I want the same thing for Paris.
KI funktioniert dann noch nicht, wenn ich komplett
it does work there, but if I want to combine things from two wholly different things, and it's the same in journalism there, AI can't do that. AI can't do anything new and creative. We heard it today in the first presentation. The possibilities with AI are getting bigger, and you can produce certain things, videos with it, but there is still the question of copyright. What is about the people who hold the copyright? We already see today that some laws about copyright and regulations are being just left to the side, they're not being followed anymore. And human intelligence needs to be protected as well. There are a lot of examples about that. One of my friends has a platform for model trains. So he filmed one, created a backdrop, so the model trains drive through Jurassic Park. And I asked, well, do you have the copyright for Jurassic Park? And he asked, well, do I have to? And that's also the question about text and images. AI can do a lot. You can connect certain things together, but I do have to tell the AI what it is. It cannot do the interpretation on its own. I have to tell it there's a stroke there, and on top of it, there's a circle. And I can tell the AI, well, that's a balloon. I can also tell, well, that's a human, because the AI does not know. We have seen that AI has a certain influence on the market, but I have heard that we have to get to the end. Thank you so much for the insight. Thank you all for listening. If you have any questions left, send an email at kps@diemediaagenturen.de. Or look at our website. Write me a message on LinkedIn. I love getting questions. I love to answer them. If you want to talk about your professional life later, if you have an interest in working with the Mediaagenturen, write to me. I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Ja. Vielen lieben Dank für dieses interessante Q&A und
Thank you for
auch
the
diese
Q&A.
spannenden Perspektiven.
All of those perspectives were very interesting.
Weiter mit Next Level Esports.
We will
Zukunft im
continue
Fokus.
with Next Level
12 steht's
Esport
an,
Future in
also bleibt
Focus
gespannt.
at
Bis
shortly
dahin.
after 12. Please be aware that this presentation will not be interpreted into English but in Chinese.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zum Medienforum Mittweida 2024 und zu unserem Panel Next Level E-Sport – Zukunft im Fokus. E-Sports ist längst mehr als nur eine Freizeitbeschäftigung, sondern ein globales Milliardengeschäft. Das zeigen nicht zuletzt Preisgelder wie bei den E-Sports World Cups im Millionenbereich in Saudi-Arabien. Wie die Zukunft der Branche weitergeht, schauen wir uns heute mit zwei ganz besonderen Speakern an. Daher starten wir nun mit unserer ersten Keynote von Christian Baltes. Er ist der Co-CEO des E-Sport-Team Eintracht Spandau. Seit 2022 spielt das Team in der League of Legends Prime League und wurde vom YouTuber Maximilian Knabe alias Hand of Blood mitbegründet. Heute ist er hier und gibt uns einen Einblick, wie Storytelling die Fans im E-Sports begeistert und zeigt uns, wie man die E-Sports-Kultur in Spandauer Kneipen katapultiert. Daher einen großen Applaus für die Keynote von Christian Baltes.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen hier zu meiner Keynote zu Eintracht Spandau. Ihr seht hier schon, ich rede heute sehr, sehr viel über Eintracht Spandau, aber auch vor allem über Storytelling und warum wir Eintracht Spandau so gegründet haben, wie wir es gegründet haben und was wir versuchen mit unserem Storytelling, das wir dort machen, zu erreichen. Es war einmal 2001 oder so ein kleiner Junge, der hat sich ein Nintendo Gamecube gewünscht, ein Nintendo Gameboy gewünscht und dann hieß es immer, nee, das Christkind hätte gesagt, ich hätte doch schon einen PC, das würde reichen. Jahre später sagen meine Eltern dann immer, ja, siehst du, deswegen arbeitest du heute im E-Sports. Angefangen hat das Ganze 2005, würde ich sagen, mit meiner Leidenschaft, als ich angefangen habe, Dota zu spielen. Jetzt sagt ihr schon vielleicht, okay, Dota, das ist doch ein League of Legends Team. Ja, ich glaube, mein 16-jähriges Ich fände das auch nicht so geil. Mein 30-jähriges Ich finde das aber ganz gut. Ich bin damals über Umwege bei Eintracht Spandau gelandet. Ich habe auch irgendwas mit Medien studiert. Von daher freut es mich auch heute sehr, hier zu sein. Und bin dann über ein paar Stationen bei Freaks im Endeffekt bei Eintracht Spandau gelandet und war mit einer der ersten Mitarbeitenden. Für die, die Eintracht Spandau kennen, da vielleicht mal kurzes Handzeichen, wer kennt denn Eintracht Spandau hier? Ui, okay. Dann vielleicht mal die Kontrollgruppe, wer kennt es denn nicht? Ein paar, okay. Dann für die, die es nicht kennen, ich versuche euch mitzunehmen. Für die, die es kennen, freut mich sehr, dass ihr da seid. Ich habe damals mit Kevin Westphal, kennen wahrscheinlich viele von euch, weil er auch sehr viel vor der Kamera ist. Wir waren ein Zweierteam, das Eintracht Spandau damals angefangen hat zu bedienen. Im Sinne von, er hat alles Sportliche gemacht, ich habe nichts Sportliches gemacht. Mittlerweile sind bei Eintracht Spandau fast 20 Vollzeitleute im Einsatz. Das heißt, das ist ganz schön gewachsen. Ich rede jetzt heute, wie gesagt, über Storytelling. Ich erkläre einmal kurz, was ist Eintracht Spandau und wie haben wir eigentlich Eintracht Spandau als Marke damals gedacht, um dann so ein bisschen auf unsere Erfolge einzugehen, weil ich direkt den Proof Case machen will, das, was wir uns vor 3 Jahren oder 3,5 Jahren mittlerweile gedacht haben, ist auch aufgegangen und hat auch funktioniert. Und dann erkläre ich so ein bisschen, was haben wir uns denn gedacht. Also ich mache es ein bisschen umgekehrt, erst die Ergebnisse, damit ihr seht, ich erzähle euch hoffentlich keinen Quatsch, sondern vielleicht was, wo ihr sagt, cool, das finde ich inspirierend. Wir sagen, Eintracht Spandau wäre das St. Pauli des E-Sports. Was das genau heißt, gehe ich später noch drauf ein, aber dass ihr es jetzt halt schon mal so ein bisschen gehört habt, wir wollten von Anfang an eine Marke werden, wir wollten von Anfang an auch eine Marke kommunizieren. Wir haben hier verschiedene Werte, das ist alles jetzt gerade gar nicht so mega wichtig für das, was ich heute erzählen will, aber für die, die uns nicht kennen, und das sind jetzt deutlich weniger, als ich ursprünglich gedacht hatte, wollte ich es einfach mal mit erwähnt haben, dass wir von der Art und Weise, wie wir an Sachen rangehen, ein bisschen anders unterwegs waren, als das vielleicht im E-Sports normal ist. Wir haben hier so eine kurze Timeline, wie unsere Erfolgsgeschichte so bisher ist. Wir haben 21 angekündigt im November, wir hatten jetzt gerade 3. Geburtstag. Das kam damals für viele überraschend, weil einfach Hand of Blood, der wurde eben in der Anmoderation schon mal erwähnt, als Influencer zu dem Zeitpunkt schon lange dem E-Sports eigentlich den Rücken gekehrt hatte. Also seine Rückkehr war damals für viele überraschend, bestimmt auch für einige, die hier gerade im Publikum sitzen, ich sehe einige nicken. Das hat uns natürlich einen gewissen Headstart gebracht. Wir hatten schon im Februar die 100.000 Abonnentinnen, das ist absolut nicht normal. Das ist natürlich was, wo wir von der Reichweite, von dem Influencer, der da halt mit drin steckt, halt sehr profitieren konnten. Aber alles, was danach gekommen ist, ist auch was wir uns auch teilweise sehr hart erarbeitet haben. Wir hatten direkt eine Vizemeisterschaft, wir hatten einen großen Auftritt auf der Gamescom, da waren über 5.000 Leute, vielleicht sogar auch Leute, die hier sind. Einer hat sich gemeldet, das freut mich. Wir hatten ein Sommerfest in Starken, das ist wirklich weit weg von Berlin, das ist das Spandaus, sage ich immer. Da sind über 1.000 Leute hin, da kommt man nur mit dem Bus hin, das war total absurd. Und Anfang des Jahres sind wir dann noch in der Boiler League gestartet und dann kam mein persönliches Highlight, ich wurde eben in einem Interview schon mal gefragt, wir haben gleich 2 Titel dieses Jahr geholt. Wir haben die Deutsche Meisterschaft gewonnen und dann, damit hat wirklich niemand gerechnet, sogar den Europapokal. Das Ganze hat auch entsprechend Echo in den Medien erzeugt. Ich will jetzt hier nicht die ganze Zeit Selbstbeweihräucherung betreiben, ich wollte aber einmal, vor allem für Leute, die Eintracht Spandau vielleicht nicht kennen, erklären, ey, was wir hier geschafft haben, ist was, wo ich wirklich auch sehr stolz drauf bin. Und die Art und Weise, wie wir es gemacht haben, hat uns, glaube ich, sehr geholfen, diese Recognition zu kriegen, die wir bekommen haben. Deswegen jetzt aber dann die Frage, was hat das eigentlich alles mit Storytelling zu tun? Von Anfang an war die Main-Prämisse von Eintracht Spandau, egal was wir tun, es muss auch dann funktionieren, wenn wir sportlich nicht erfolgreich sind. Egal was wir machen, wir müssen immer was erzählen können, auch wenn es gerade sportlich nicht erfolgreich ist. Man sieht im klassischen Sport ständig, dass Leute Probleme haben, wenn es gerade sportlich nicht läuft. Es gibt ganz, ganz viele Vereine, deren einziges Markenkern, das sie haben, ist, wir kommen aus einer gewissen Region und wir versuchen das beste Team der XY, des Landes, der Welt, Europas, wie auch immer. Kommt immer darauf an, was dann entsprechend erzählt werden soll. Das Problem ist aber, und das haben wir auch dann sehr hart gemerkt, alle wollen ja gewinnen. Wir haben ja auch 3 Jahre gebraucht, bis wir überhaupt unseren ersten Titel geholt haben. Davor war es halt einfach immer nur, ja, wir würden gerne gewinnen. Das ist eine Geschichte, die ist immer nur so semi-spannend. Vor allem dann, wenn man halt aufhört, erfolgreich zu sein, wird sie halt gar nicht mehr spannend. Und dann war für uns immer klar, ey, alles, was wir hier machen, muss immer auch dann funktionieren, selbst wenn wir aus irgendwelchen Gründen sportlich nicht erfolgreich sein sollten. Das ist ja an sich nicht unmöglich und auch nicht so, als wären wir die Ersten, die da jemals dran gedacht haben. Es gibt ganz, ganz viele Vorbilder, wo das ja auch funktioniert. Wenn ihr euch hier die verschiedenen Sachen anschaut. Ihr habt einmal die NBA, das ist alles der Hype rund um Michael Jordan. Da war es dann irgendwann auch egal, ob er jetzt immer noch gut spielt oder nicht, weil einfach so viel drumherum passiert ist. Super Bowl, die Halbzeitshow, alle wollen da Werbung schalten. Es ist egal, wer das spielt, es ist einfach ein riesen sportliches Event. Und ich glaube, das, wo wir uns schon am meisten von auch abgeguckt haben, Wrestling. Ich weiß nicht, wer hier aktiver Wrestling-Fan ist. Wenige. Im Wrestling ist die perfekte Balance zwischen, es geht zwar um den Sport, man sagt jetzt ja, okay, ist ja eigentlich Theater so, aber im Endeffekt ist Wrestling von Anfang an immer mehr gewesen als der Sport, weil halt einfach diese Story von Anfang an mitgedacht wurde. Und es gibt im Wrestling einfach immer Dramen, es ist immer, irgendjemand kommt überraschend vorbei, Leute wissen nie, was sie zu erwarten haben und dann ist es auch immer relevant, weil es ist fast egal, wer gewinnt, weil Leute wissen ja, teilweise ist sogar vorher abgesprochen, wer gewinnt und trotzdem schauen sich das Millionen und Millionen und Abermillionen an. Das heißt, das, was hier passiert und was gerade halt vor allem im amerikanischen Raum passiert, haben wir für uns gesagt, wir müssen das irgendwie schaffen zu adaptieren im E-Sports-Bereich. Wir müssen auch eine Relevanz erzeugen können, wenn wir gerade sportlich nicht erfolgreich sind. Und dafür haben wir halt einfach uns überlegt, wie können wir das umsetzen. Ich bleibe jetzt hier gerade in der Wrestling-Metapher, für die 3 Leute hier, die das kennen. Ist ja schon mal ganz cool, wenn man ein sportlich interessantes Team hat, versuchen eigentlich so gut wie alle. Noch cooler ist es, wenn dann die Spieler sogar witzig sind. Da gibt es auch ein paar Teams, die können das sehr gut. Haben wir aber sehr schnell gemerkt, ey, nicht alle Spieler können das. Deswegen haben wir uns gedacht, vielleicht brauchen wir noch eine super witzige Vereinsführung. Bei uns dann in Form von Hand of Blood. Und vielleicht machen wir noch viel mehr Talents drumherum. Das heißt, von Anfang an haben wir uns halt überlegt, ey, wir wollen eigentlich unseren Spielern Zeit geben, das zu machen, was sie gut können. Und das ist halt einfach Spielen. Viele Teams versuchen, ihre Spieler vor die Kamera zu zerren und sind dann überrascht, dass sie kein neues Comedy-Talent haben. Aber das sind Leute, die haben einen Großteil ihres Lebens damit verbracht, League of Legends zu spielen. Die haben einen Großteil ihrer Zeit darauf investiert, richtig gut in einem Computerspiel zu werden und sind da besser, als es jemals sein kann. Dann noch zu erwarten, dass die mega krasse Entertainer sind, ist ein bisschen unfair, oder? Aber ist leider so gerade relativ normal. Deswegen haben wir von Anfang an gesagt, okay, wenn wir Eintracht Spandau bauen, wir wollen von Anfang an eine Kultmarke werden. Das ist eigentlich das, wo wir hinwollen. Das heißt, wir hatten uns verschiedene Vorbilder geholt. Das sind jetzt so ein bisschen Moodboards. Nicht alles davon kann man super ernst nehmen, aber vom Grundsatz her steckt hier ganz viel Fußballromantik drin. So die gute alte Zeit aus den 80er, 90ern, damals war alles noch in Ordnung, man hatte noch so ein Team, dafür konnte man sich so richtig leidenschaftlich engagieren. Und das ist was wir zu dem Zeitpunkt, als wir gegründet haben, gesagt haben, ey, das fehlt so ein Stück weit im E-Sports. Ich meine, klar, hier gibt es jetzt eine große E-Sports-Abteilung, viele sind wahrscheinlich dann auch Fan und schauen, was machen die. Das ist dann cool, das ist regionale Identität, das wird gelebt. Auf nationaler oder internationaler Ebene waren oft Fans einfach nur von Spielern oder vom erfolgreichsten Team. Teams, die nicht erfolgreich waren, hatten dann nicht immer Gründe, Fans für sich zu begeistern. Und wir haben gesagt, okay, diese Leidenschaft wollen wir halt ein Stück weit zurückbringen. Hier oben, Sunderland Till I Die, oben rechts. Falls irgendjemand Fußball interessiert ist, ich kann die Doku wirklich nur wärmstens empfehlen. Warum ist das hier mit drauf? Und das ist auch schon der perfekte Übergang zum Storytelling. In Sunderland, das ist so ein kleiner englischer Ort, da ist ein Gründungsmitglied von der Premier League, die sind abgestiegen runter in die 3. Liga und die Doku begleitet so ein bisschen, wie dieser Verein und auch dann gerade der Ort darauf halt reagiert. Und du siehst dann in der Doku, wie sonntags in der Kirche wird gebetet, hoffentlich schaffen sie jetzt den Sieg, in der Predigt wird darauf eingegangen, welche Aufstellung vielleicht gewählt werden sollte. Und das wollten wir von Anfang an erzählen, Spandau zu Eintracht Spandau ist, was Sunderland zu AFC Sunderland ist. Das heißt also, die Idee, die wir von Anfang an verkörpern wollten, wie cool wäre es denn, wenn wir es hinbekommen, diese Story zu erzählen, dass wenn mein Kollege Kevin nach einer Derby-Niederlage in die Bäckerei kommt, dass er einfach mit einer Brezel abgeworfen wird und nach Hause geschickt wird, weil er es nicht verdient hat, jetzt hier Sachen zu kaufen. Und dann, das habe ich eingangs schon mal erwähnt, St. Pauli. St. Pauli sagt einfach 2 Sachen aus, die für uns sehr wichtig waren. Das eine ist das Werteverständnis von St. Pauli. Wir wollten auch von Anfang an sagen, ey, wenn wir im E-Sports aktiv werden, wollen wir auch für gewisse Werte halt einfach einstehen können. Aber das andere, und das sieht man so ein bisschen auch hier bei dem Bild mit Ed Sheeran, St. Pauli hat sich auch von Anfang an als Marke gesehen. Du könntest in New York am Times Square Leute mit St. Pauli-Merch sehen, die wissen teilweise gar nicht, dass das ein Fußballverein in Hamburg ist, so, weil die so weit weg davon sind. Und auch da haben wir gesagt, ey, wir wollen einfach diese Marke halt einfach transportieren. Und so sind wir dann bei Eintracht Spandau gelandet. Da steckt ja schon super viel drin. Also das ist ja schon, wo das Storytelling beginnt. Wir sind nicht Spandau United. So, wir sind Eintracht Spandau. Wir haben diesen sehr traditionellen, mit Werten aufgeladenen Namen Eintracht genommen, der auch direkt dann Fußball, Kultur so ein Stück weit transportiert und haben dann regionale Identitäten in E-Sports gebracht, wie sie immer noch sehr selten gibt. Das hier sicherlich eine der Ausnahmen. Und hatten dazu uns dann einen Claim überlegt mit Here is real. Der ist bis heute sehr sarkastisch gemeint, weil, da werde ich gleich drauf eingehen, sehr vieles von dem, was wir machen, ist ja gar nicht real, sondern halt einfach Scripted Reality, Storytelling. Aber generell gab es im E-Sports eine Zeit lang sehr, sehr viel Kohle. Da gab es richtig krasse Villen. Teams hatten Teamvillen mit, keine Ahnung, einer Sauna, einem Spa-Bereich und keine Ahnung, wie viel Millionen dieses Haus gekostet haben muss, sind super stolz damit durchgelaufen und haben so MTV Crib-Style so Videos gemacht und wir haben dann gesagt, okay, das nehmen wir hops, wir machen das Ganze in der Gartenlaube. Weil für uns, wir sind in Spandau, wir machen noch echten E-Sport. Haben aber auch gesagt, wir brauchen ja eine Geschichte, damit wir was erzählen können und wir sind der erste E-Sports-Traditionsverein. Diese Tradition ist komplett erfunden. Aber wir haben die von Anfang an halt mitgeplant, weil wir gesagt haben, wir brauchen diese Story und wir brauchen das, was so in klassischen Fußballtraditionsvereinen an Skandalen und sowas passiert, brauchen wir als Material, was wir verwenden können, wo wir uns drüber lustig machen können. Und deswegen haben wir von Anfang an verschiedenste Logos mitgedacht. Wir haben das Klassik-Logo, das ist so das Logo, was damals vor Hunderten von Jahren als Eintracht Spandau gegründet wurde, dann halt mitentwickelt wurde, haben dann aber schon gesagt, okay, irgendwann in den 80er, 90ern gab es ja safe mal ein Rebranding, weil jeder Verein hatte irgendwann ein Rebranding, also hatten wir das dann halt auch entsprechend. Bis hin zur Ultra-Kollektion, wo wir sagen, okay, die Fans finden vielleicht nicht immer gut, was die Vereinsführung macht, dann haben die sich ein eigenes Logo halt gebastelt. Trotzdem funktioniert Eintracht Spandau im Endeffekt so, und das ist mir einmal nochmal wichtig zu betonen, wir haben Sports Authority, das heißt, wir sind da, um zu gewinnen und dann alles drumherum, und das ist dann der Wrestling-Teil, können wir im Endeffekt machen, was wir wollen. Und das erlaubt uns einfach die ganze Zeit, Stories zu erzählen, die es uns ermöglichen, auch dann relevant zu sein, wenn es sportlich gerade nicht läuft. Wie das ungefähr aussieht, habe ich jetzt hier einmal einen kurzen Ausschnitt aus unserem Ankündigungsvideo dabei.
Junge, merk dir den Moment hier. Das ist E-Sport Geschichte. und machet ordentlich. Denn hier ist real. Hier ist Spandau.
Präsident Knabe. Wer hier Hand of Blood kennt, wird wissen, dass die Figur des Präsidenten Knabe wirklich wenig mit Maximilian Knabe und auch Hand of Blood zu tun hat. Es ist also ein komplett fiktiver Charakter, den wir uns ausgedacht haben, um einen gewissen Protagonisten, aber auch Antagonisten zu haben, bei dem man einfach weiß, der sieht sich als alter weißer Mann, der denkt, der hat die Welt voll im Griff, der hat das alles schon verstanden und die jungen Leute von heute mit ihrem komischen Schnickschnack, das haben wir im Endeffekt uns als Spandau Cinematic Universe für viele, viele Protagonisten ausgedacht. Soll heißen, wir haben einen kompletten Cast an Leuten, die teilweise, jetzt bis auf Guido unten rechts, einen echten Job bei der Eintracht haben, die aber einen fiktiven Job vor der Kamera haben. Das soll heißen, Kevin hinter der Kamera baut einen Kader, der das Double holt. Kevin vor der Kamera kann manchmal nicht mal geradeaus laufen, ohne zu stolpern. Ist also sehr tollpatschig. Dementsprechend haben wir einfach
telling stories in a way that's always interesting. We can put drama into video, which is entertaining and is good for the brand.
Die so ein bisschen die Gegenspielerin zum sehr Macho-Präsidenten sein soll.
We have a speech by Strobel, which is supposed to be kind of the opposite of a very macho president.
Aktuell setzen wir natürlich alles daran, die Geschehnisse aufzuarbeiten. Da unser allseits geschätzter Präsident in den letzten Wochen vermehrt, nennen wir es, in unglückliche Situationen geraten
The last few weeks we called it an unfortunate situation he's ended up in. As I said, we've let ourselves be inspired by wrestling a little bit. One or two excerpts here, but I think I'd skip some of this, just to get an idea of how we tell stories in Spandau. I'll speak for the club. For us, it would also be preferable if we have a fundamentally democratic company such as FIFA or the Olympic Committee working by our side, because you can also achieve a lot as a small member in such a wonderful establishment. Yeah, nice, like an envelope, and that's about it. Look at him waving, wearing the scarf. With a carnival procession, he enters the arena in Köln. He is not serious.
Ich habe euch hier mal mitgebracht. Das ist ein Auszug aus unserem Miro-Board. Das ist wirklich, das steht oben links, Content September 2022. Das ist also wirklich das echte Miro-Board, mit dem wir 2022 uns
screenshot of the Miro board, where in 2021 we got together and tried to think about how this story could look for the next 2.5 years. And this was a slide that I had in January 2023, in which I discussed with partners. So we started off by saying, hey, we'd like to think of a story in which we say, we've got the first year without winning anything. This needs to be different. So we bought a stadium, realized we have financial issues, and then had to do some reforms and had the great return of the president. And that was the first quarter, 2023. We went into the forest, had some more team building, because it needs to move forward. So we pretended to buy the Olympic Stadium, and the president realized that, okay, the sum that he had already agreed to was only rent for 1 day and not for the stadium, so it was quite expensive. But of course, we still spent the money and ended up in a tiny little stadium, and this is a small picture from our summer festival, which was great. And we really had financial issues because the summer festival was expensive and we spent more than we'd thought. And after President Knabe was voted out at the Gamescom, the investors who said this is something we need to let sink in, he entered the room and saved Eintracht. But it quickly came to light this investor was asking for really weird things and wanted to work together with our rivals from Berlin. make a big city club out of it. So it has to be said, those who know the story of Hertha BSC, for example, classic, traditional sports gives us so many templates and stories that we can take that have really happened, but we can tell it in our version because it's funny. It's not real. Although we are real, Eintracht Spandau is real, but it makes it fun to watch because you know there's this double floor in a way. And that allows us to really have our members slip into different roles, like on the Gamescom.
Dass nachdem Knabe erst die Border League bekannt gegeben hat, dort sehr erfolgreich war und der Double geholt wurde, gab es dann die Krönung auf der Meisterfeier und seine glorreiche Rückkehr. Und auch da ziehen die Fans so weit mit, dass sie selbstgebastelte Schilder mitbringen, die genau
we were able to tell an entire story about the president Knabe leaving, re-entering the club, and fans were able to hold up signs and vote for it and be a part of this fictional story in which he keeps getting voted in, voted out. And it was really a fun, entertaining campaign and audience interaction. And so I hope you've understood a little bit why we do this and how we make it entertaining to watch esports and really provide entertainment to people. Thank you.
Vielen lieben Dank nochmal, Christian.
Thank you very much, Christian, for the very interesting talk. Could you come back to the stage for a second?
I
have another question.
Du hast ja schon gezeigt, wie viel Vorlauf ihr auch in der Planung habt.
And you already showed how much planning goes into it. How much have you planned at the moment? Can you give some insights? I'd be happy to. We're planning it a little bit differently from the way we did back then. There's one thing I didn't really explain too much. We tried to react to the actual developments in the sports world and how it happened. So we couldn't plan that we'd win the title. It was complete blind luck that it actually ended up being that way.
Die war in diesem sehr lang geplanten Format nicht immer so einfach umsetzbar, wie wir das wollen.
But we weren't always able to have a dry spell reflected in the entertainment side of it, so that's something that we're definitely working on.
Wir sehen dich nachher im Q&A nochmal wieder.
Thank you for your insights. We'll see you in the Q&A, and so we'll now continue with the second keynote from Professor Tobias Scholz. He he lectures in Norway and is the founder of Metagame. He'll be talking about esports and working in esports and how it can affect the entertainment industry of tomorrow. So please welcome Tobias Scholz to the stage.
Ja, hallo zusammen. Ich brauche dann gar nicht mehr den Pointer, weil das ist die einzige Folie, die ich habe.
Right, this is my only slide, so typically professor, you're going to be listening to me chat for a full 20 minutes, very much in character. It's interesting when you hear about clubs like Spandau, how they deal with topics such as this. So, just a quick initial question. Does anyone recognize the picture on what's the left half of the slide? Does anyone recognize the player?
Okay, nicht verwunderlich, ist 2004.
Not surprising, it's from 2004.
Da war Christian noch sehr jung.
Christian was still very young.
Da war ich aber schon im E-Sports unterwegs und das ist Johnny R.
But I was already active in esports and this is Johnny R., one of the best Counter-Strike players in Germany, and these are the championships.
So hat es alles angefangen.
This is how it started, and on the right side is how it looks today, League of Legends World Finals, where Faker won his 6th title, and the whole arena was sold out, and that's where we are today. So why is that relevant? Why is it interesting? Talking about storytelling, these are two worlds between these two. Especially in the beginning, no one was thinking about storytelling. We were glad to even have a tournament in a back room somewhere. And to carry these incredibly heavy monitors, be really glad that you have TFT monitors nowadays. It really is
Worüber will ich heute reden?
An alleviation of the burden.
Die Idee, wieso E-Sport so interessant ist für die digitale Gesellschaft.
I'd like to talk about why esports is so interesting to digital society. It doesn't mean that everything is ideal and perfect in esports. That's clear from the get-go, but it's very interesting to look into how the problems and challenges and opportunities of esports carry over to the normal digital world. I'd like to talk about sustainability, the idea of being economic, being sociological. Even if on the right side everything looks really fancy, the left side was probably more sustainable and environmentally friendly because most teams, at least somehow, managed to be plus minus zero by the end of the year. We're talking about a budget of maybe 10,000 a year, so if a player got 500 a month, he was a top earner. But it was a topic where it became very clear that the money that we do have, and we can't invest anymore. If we look at that today, through today's lens, many teams are running a loss. Or, to be clear, burning through money. And that's a subject where we talk a lot with teams. I think Spandau is one of the few exceptions where if we are successful, if there's victories to be had, we will do it. And for others, it's much more lucratively minded, and others don't have much marketing as well as others not having the talent to really perform on stage. But it's very obvious that potential isn't being fully used. It's interesting for you as well that many teams focus on a sport and try to copy that sport. If we look at traditional sports, they also run a loss very often. We look at American football, for example. They get given a stadium which comes from tax money.
Der Steuern für das Kansas City Chiefs Stadion investiert werden. Wie soll da an E-Sports dagegen
Traditional sports get a lot of government subsidies, which is something that esports can't keep up with because esports teams don't receive that. Then companies that don't receive subventions in any form but compete against such teams that do. Which is why I thought it was interesting in wrestling, because in the environment of wrestling, it's quite similar to how esports tends to act as an industry. Of course, much more violent, but they're both in a form where there's no significant government subsidy. And it's interesting to look from the perspective of sustainability because it is a growing market. Numbers are always very different and variable. Whether we're talking about a few thousands or millions, someone is making money. And this is not meant to be publisher bashing, but publishers do earn money. And that's where it's interesting for society as well. This platform that we have in the entire world, or the various platforms, whether it's Spotify, Netflix, Microsoft Teams, all the other platforms, that's normality, normalcy. That is where digital society seems to be moving towards. So back when StarCraft 2 was released, Blizzard also said, no, we don't really want you to have your own servers. We don't want you to organize these tournaments yourself. Please get yourself a license.
Gerichtliche Verhandlung zwischen einem Plattformbetreiber und einem Staat war Korea gegen Activision Blizzard.
One of the first major events was hosted by Activision Blizzard, and they won their first tournament. And this is why we live in a world where Riot Games and others always receive a nice request, a written request from us, whether we're even allowed to host our tournament. I know Valve doesn't care, which is great if you want to try and organize a tournament such as that. If you need support, it's not that great, but with the others, it's always a question of, do they agree, do they approve, or is there a sponsor that's against it in some way? And that's where we can really learn a lot about how we deal with a platform in future. And how can you build a long-lasting ecosystem, because there are a lot of topics. How do you build an esports team that will only survive or only intend to survive for a few years? In some places there is revenue sharing where skins are sold that belong to the teams. Team-themed skins. I think of Rainbow Six, for example. It was really hyped. I think the teams got 20,000 or so from commissions, basically, from the skins or royalties, which was great. The teams saved with those 20,000. Quick maths, how much of that could you pay Faker if you want to calculate that? I think Faker has a contract of about 6 million. Maybe you can, maybe you could pay for his toe or something, his pinky finger or something. So these are topics where you can really see the difference and ask yourself the question, how does an esports team make money? How is it profitable? The story of Spandau has a form of added value to it, and so you can see a lot of possibilities and opportunities in it. But if a team says we want to be a professional team, I know one that definitely intends to achieve that, but had to shrink its budget so far that they just took whatever money they had per year, far below the next highest team in the league, which is one of the highest. So hopefully they've got a good scouting team and scouted for some good players to even be able to survive. Other teams, with the example of Valorant, there's a good case at the moment where one player gets about 100,000 a month. Theoretically, he doesn't receive the money at all because the money isn't there. The team that sold him back then is still waiting for the transaction to go through, and that really ate into the budget. So it's very possible that the other team goes bankrupt too as a result. I don't really have the answer to how you fix situations such as these, but if you focus solely on success in the sport, these teams won't survive long term. G2 Esports is a good example, one of the few that have somehow managed to become profitable, even if it's not much. If you take a look, they are successful in the sports, but they have merch, they have a brand that they're quite good at marketing. I can still remember to this day how Reckless modeled for Ralph Lauren and apparently did it quite well and was able to make a lot of money for G2 as a result. And that leads to the other topic of social sustainability. It's a discussion about careers that can't really be planned. I mean, the idea that you're a 16-year-old boy or girl, you're in solo queue and you grinded to the end of solo queue, managed to reach to the top, and some scout finds you. And then you essentially go from the left image to the right image in a week. And that is something that is mentally incredibly overwhelming. In traditional sports, you go one step at a time, go up one step, then the next, then the next. In this case, you're 16, you enter an arena, and usually those kids will then fail because it's just too much stress for them. They're dropped, and that's their career. Enter with 16. Apologies. They can get kicked out by the time they're 18, and they've given up their A-levels for their education, and then you're left stood in front of a pile of rubble. And even in the positive sense, if the person enters at the age of 16 and maybe play even until 26 or 30 in Counter-Strike or something, and then after the end of that career, you don't really have that much to show for it, any credentials, so maybe become a coach or a presenter, a commentator or something, which is a subject where it has to be said, not everyone can be a coach, not everyone can be a commenter. It's really a matter of different personalities. So for those who play League of Legends, if you have an Upset compared to a K-Drill, Upset is a great player, but will not have the charisma that K-Drill has in front of a camera. Those are all questions where social sustainability is relevant, where people are really under a lot of stress, which has severe health issues, or at least it can. Some teams have their stats published in Counter-Strike, for example, that someone was traveling for 260 days a year. 260 days. And the other 100 days they spent at home gaming and training, that is something really, really demanding and stressful. Counter-Strike is also a case where we decided at some point, or they decided, there are no tournaments in December until someone said, oh, well, in December, the month is free, so let's just put a major in there. And all the players said, well, I'd like to, have a holiday, but they were still forced to game in that time. I know, horrible to say had to game, but it is a topic that we need to talk about. All these topics are really important to talk about. How do we build a structure around this with which we can actually create an environment for these people in which they don't end up in a burnout? And also the question of what comes after the career. If we take a look at this again, all these players were doing an apprenticeship or studying part-time. Do they have an issue? Don't think so. Johnny R is marketing manager, I think, since 10 years in esports, somewhere in peripheral companies, has a wonderful life, is all over in the world, making history, and it's similar for the other players. In the left picture, they managed to land somewhere and have good jobs. And some of those are lawyers. They're all very good jobs that they've managed to obtain, but they were able to do that. Alternate Attacks, which is maybe not a famous team that not everyone might know, but around 2006 or something, they said everyone who plays for us is allowed to do an apprenticeship. That was part of the agreement. Some of the players also did that. Head chef, or Chef Koch, sorry, the player name, is now IT project manager or something, but he learned that in that team. Another player in Counter-Strike did a marketing apprenticeship, and at some point he left the company to become a marketing manager. And that's where we also can really see for digital society, how can we, or what happens after esports? What happens when streaming ends? What happens after your TikTok career? Or whatever else we will have pop up in the next years. But each of these careers, as interesting as they are, have an expiry date. They end. And it's great, it's cool, because we'll live in a world in the end in which we have multiple careers in our lives, but we also need to prepare for that. It's really interesting to see how we could achieve that, how we can make that happen, all the way to the idea that after career you go back to university, do a bachelor or subjects like that, and then you try to apply to a company to lead their esports community. A lot of possibilities and opportunities that we can work with which you can really do something. The problem being here as well that in esports, we don't have the time and the money to really accompany the players in that respect. And that's a topic where publishers definitely need to be pulled in to help. So sustainability of careers, or social sustainability, it's a bit problematic. Ecological sustainability, it's definitely a bit of a risky or touchy subject, because we can kind of see that everything that's online or digital virtually is in a cloud somewhere, doesn't cost any electricity. We have this dissonance between the idea, if we're watching Netflix, that's a lot more environmentally friendly than going to the cinema with your own car. And esports and gaming, it's really not good for the environment with all the servers and infrastructure and everything that it requires. It's not just the traveling of 200 days a year that the players do. It really is just the servers that have a significant footprint. It's a topic that we're really talking about a lot at the moment, which in esports, of course, you want the best graphics cards. AI, same topic. Cryptocurrency, same topic. Everyone wants incredibly high-end graphics cards that really just plow through electricity. And this is something that we're also seeing now, energy-efficient programming. I don't know how that works, but can you make the code better in some way that people are able to maybe do something in respect to sustainability? And esports is a topic in which we can maybe see that, okay, maybe if we can solve it there, we can solve it in the digital world. And that's kind of the input, and now I've rambled for 20 minutes, so thank you for listening.
Vielen lieben Dank auf jeden Fall auch für deinen Einblick. Also du hast ja schon sehr, sehr viele Schubladen, was Probleme angeht.
Thank you for your insight. You definitely touched upon a lot of complicated and problematic subjects.
Was würdest du denn sagen, was muss sich denn perspektivisch einfach, natürlich ist es eine sehr gesamtheitliche Sache, was muss sich denn wirklich perspektivisch ändern? Oder wo muss man denn wirklich was anstoßen, damit dann vielleicht nicht ganz so vor diesen Problemen steht in Zukunft?
Do you think we should begin to start working on the problems that the industry faces? I think it's definitely important that we talk about ideas and exchange ideas, that we get all of the important people at the same table and start a discussion. It does have to be said that esports is not a new phenomenon. It's been there for 20 years. Let's look forward 2-3 years into the future, like Spandau with their plan, that it's the same with all teams, that after that they don't plan year by year, that they look a bit further ahead. We'll be hearing more from you in the Q&A, so you can take a seat already. And I'd like Christian Baltes to come back to the stage, and Professor Markus Kowalski.
Ja, Tobias und Christian, vielen Dank für eure inspirierenden Vorträge zum
Tobias, Christian, thank you for your inspiring presentations about esports. Tobias, you talked a lot about the financial side, where financial issues also lie. I, as an esports pro, I'm still waiting for my breakthrough, so where should I start? I heard that Rocket League is one of the best games to be in. I think in League, the salaries were between 2.5 and 5 grand gross across all teams. Next year, we've definitely changed our model, and we made a video where we explained this a bit because we want to, or have to pay players minimum salaries and have them participate in the marketing side because they're interested in gaining more sponsors for the teams. Minimum wage definitely sounds a little bit troubling that players will be receiving minimum loan, but Tobias, you mentioned why that could be the case as well. We also learned, just to stay with you, Christian, that I may be not just a good player, but also a good actor and showman. Are you worried that the sports become kind of an afterthought and that the marketing side becomes the primary focus? We definitely try to have sport be the focus. We have a lot of people around the athletes who are really part of the face of the company, who were there for longer as well. We had Strobel, Hand of Blood was there, Kevin Westphal was there at the start. These are all faces that aren't actually playing as pros, they're not playing League of Legends, but we can be certain that these are faces that once we build a brand around them, they'll be around for multiple years. Whereas with the players, there are transfer phases. They are partially, often, not longer than a year. They spend with a team at a time. I mean, you talked about the Reckless G2 case. I think G2 put a lot of money into the propping up of Reckless as a personality who is no longer playing for G2. I think he's changed now. He moved somewhere else. And so I'm guessing there are people at G2 that say, well, I wish we'd invested in someone that was a more permanent figure. The subject of sustainability is, of course, interesting. This is something that, Tobias, you seem to really be more interested in.
Absolut. Also ich meine, im Endeffekt ist das natürlich unser leidiges Thema, was uns, glaube ich, seit 10 Jahren begleitet.
Of course, it's a major topic that we've been confronted with for 10 years. How can we make esports public industry?
Bekommen haben, wir eine Infrastruktur aufgebaut haben mit Teams, die
since we never received the opportunity to do it that way, and we had to build up teams in the way that it was possible, but the role in society that esports is a sport, it's part of culture, it's a business, to have someone that we can actually talk to about this, that we have a contact, is very important. I don't remember which federal ministry was looking into doing this, but the person responsible for it is constantly changing, so Eintracht Spandau is definitely a more stable employer than a ministry, and I think it would be really good to have kind of a sense of security in that regard, to say, hey, I know who I can go to, who I can ask, who I can talk to, I know where I'm possible to even might have a chance of getting money from. This idea that small clubs are actually voluntary or would like to use this opportunity. And do I lose my public service function if I play FIFA or Rocket League? If I achieve that, it'll achieve a certain degree of stability, and it might create a certain younger generation, a pyramid of an influx of the new generation that could become the new future pros. We're hearing from a lot of clubs that we're missing members, we're missing young talent. But we're hearing from many that have made more gaming offers, they've created a base for more youths that could approach the clubs, but since the strategies they were using for trying to hire new talent took away their public function, they were met with problems.
Könnte Ihnen da jetzt auch einen sächsischen Fußball-Drittligisten benennen, der jetzt gerade ein E-Sports-Team selber aus der Fanbase, aus der Community heraus gegründet hat. Ist das auch vielleicht eine Möglichkeit für euch, für Eintracht Spandau, dann, keine Ahnung, E-Sports auch in einem Fußballverein noch zu sein und dort vielleicht eher dann für
Would it be
das Storytelling
possible
zu stehen
for
und sich
your
auf die
esports
sportlichen
team to be
Erfolge vielleicht des
part of a
Fußballvereins zu
traditional
referenzieren? Wäre das was
club
für
and
euch?
be more part of the marketing and brand
Wir
side of
haben,
it?
als Hertha BSC in den in den E-Sports eingestiegen ist, Fußball machen die auch
When
mit,
Hertha BSC
haben wir mit denen
entered
sehr viel
esports,
geredet, tatsächlich.
we talked to them a
Generell,
lot.
die DFL verfolgt ja gerade
In
sehr viel
general, the
den
German Football League
EFC,
follows the
zwingt ja teilweise
EFC
alle
quite
Zweitligisten,
closely
ersten Zweitligisten nicht
and
rein, glaube ich.
forces the first and second league members. I think you get 72,000 as a club for having a team. I think if you don't have a team, you lose your license. The only ones that don't do it right now is Berlin, where they have to do a statement every single year that they don't want to support that. I think it's a bit of a shame. But with Hertha BSC, we talked a lot about this for a long time. And what we really liked and were surprised by is that there are clubs that do more than the EAC. They do more of you kind of do it because you can write digital onto it. It's a big community and it's a very active esports scene that is growing. But for us, long-term esports members,
die haben ja unter anderem Schalke 04 unterstützt, die damit ja auch einen echt coolen Business Case hingelegt haben. Weiß nicht, ob du das vielleicht.
Absolut, also das ist
we're more interested in genuine investment. I mean, Schalke 04 did it, for example. But
machen das, damit sie nicht die Strafe zahlen müssen, die
there are many, yeah, exactly. There are many clubs that meet the requirements, so they don't have to pay the fine. But the Schalke example is very interesting because
von Schalke Esports hat Schalke Fußball gerettet.
The sale of Schalke Esports saved Schalke 04 Football Club because they sold their LEC spot for 30 million.
Der Schalke 04 Miracle Run
But the Schalke 04 Miracle Run is famous in Korea, in China. So the idea that China and Korea know Schalke, not because they're so good at football, because they never really did. The Miracle Run, where they started down 0-4 and still made it into Worlds, is famous across the world. And unfortunately, no one calculated the market value from it, but I think it was significantly higher than anything else they did in that year. And those are the things where, especially in terms of sustainability, is that something they want to do, or is it something they have to do? And that's where I'm skeptical about the German Football League to say, hey, you have to do this, all of you. That would probably, that's probably a result of the Schalke 04 fans that turned the lights off. So I'd like to apologize to all Schalke fans. I am a huge fan of Schalke esports, so less football, but the esports.
Dann lasst uns tatsächlich, bevor wir dann auch natürlich auf die Fragen aus dem Publikum, auch aus dem Social-Media-Bereich nochmal eingehen wollen, nochmal eine letzte Frage. Mit dem Wachsen des E-Sports-Bereich ist natürlich auch die Hoffnung nach Arbeitsplätzen verbunden. Ich habe mit
People are really
Martin
hopeful
Müller
for more
Deutschen
job opportunities.
sprechen können, der gesagt hat,
I talked to someone from the
ähnlich viele
esports
Arbeitsplätze wie
federation
im Fußball
that
wird
there
der
are
E-Sports nie bieten.
probably not going to be
Ihr
as
seid da
many
vielleicht ein Positivbeispiel,
stable
ihr
jobs
werdet
as
ja
in
weiter
traditional
wachsen.
sports. You're a bit of a positive
Christian, wie
example.
siehst
You'll
du
keep
das?
growing. How do you? What's your estimation of the situation?
Das ist so ein Sag niemals nie Fall, weil also unsere Intention,
I think it's a case of
wenn wir
never say
reden
never.
immer
I think
über
our
Spandau
intention,
2030,
we
Spandau
talk about Spandau
2050,
2030,
so wie
Spandau
können wir Eintracht
2050.
Spandau quasi langfristig
How can we
entwickeln?
develop
Und wir sagen
Eintracht
schon, wir würden
Spandau
gerne irgendwann den Stellenwert
long
in der
term?
Region haben,
I
den
think we'll
auch
definitely
ein
have a position
klassischer
in the region at
Bundesligist,
some point
sei es jetzt Schalke für Gelsenkirchen
in
oder
which
sei es
a
auch von mir aus RB Leipzig für die
classic
Großregion Leipzig.
Bundesliga team.
Diesen Stellenwert wollen wir irgendwann haben. Ich glaube, in
We
der
want
aktuellen
to have the
Phase
same
hat
standing
Martin
as them.
voll recht. So, wir haben, ich meine, bei
I
Eintracht
think
Spandau arbeiten,
in
je
this
nachdem, wie man es
at
zählt,
this stage, Martin's completely right. We have about 50 to 20 people.
Das
That's
ist relativ viel für
not
ein
that
E-Sports-Team,
small. That's quite
aber
a
das ist
few for an
natürlich sehr,
esports
sehr
team,
wenig, wenn man es jetzt mit
but
der
it's
Bundesliga
definitely
vergleicht.
tiny amount compared to a Bundesliga team. But I think if we do our job correctly and if we have a certain social service kind of role and we can do it or connect more with young people, then it can get and grow to a dimension that we can't even imagine at this stage. I think that's really something interesting. If you look at pro esports, it's always going to be fairly small because FC Barcelona doesn't need thousands of employees either. But other subjects such as coaching and clubs for young gamers and companies, they're all growing their esports communities. You've worked with E.ON before. Well, this huge company does a lot in esports and has employed people solely for the esports side of things. There's an entire department dedicated to esports. That is something we'll probably see in most larger companies, but suddenly we'll be talking about thousands of jobs. Thank you very much for your insights. I could talk about this for hours, but I'd like to also offer you in the studio the opportunity to ask your questions. So let's wait until someone raises their hand. And for the microphone to actually arrive.
Okay, also es wurde im Live-Chat gefragt, welche 3 Schlüsselkompetenzen zukünftige
Someone in the live chat asked, which 3 key competences should esports managers possess to be successful in the industry?
Das ist tatsächlich somit das Wichtigste. Was viele unterschätzen,
if you want to be a pro, you need to be good. That's something that people underestimate. You touched upon it. You sit at home, your top 10 leaderboard in solo queue. You enter a team, and a lot of these people that do that enter a team and aren't used to the social situation of it. How do I work as a part of a team? And I'm not the most important person in the team. I'm not in solo queue anymore. I'm part of a team. So learning that new mindset and the social competence is very, very important. And I think we value a self-organization very highly. We don't really want to have to run after each pro the whole time. But from the 3 qualities, I think skill is by far the most important. I can only agree. I can remember one person who really considered themselves a nanny, which is quite accurate. You definitely need to teach them and bring them into the lifestyle. It's a lot more present than in traditional sports because they suddenly enter this world, they're suddenly thrown into it, and they're basically only good at moving the mouse around, essentially. They're only good at the gaming side, and so they need a lot of training and help from a manager in that respect. Thank you. I think nanny is a very good transition to our next question, because Axel Dietze is the nanny of the HSMB Esports and would like to ask a question. Quick question for Christian. You gave us a kind of realistic insight under the hood of what the financial side looks like and how you're shifting towards different trends in the industry in terms of marketing and pros. Is there something that you did that your fans really disagreed with? Quite the opposite. At the moment, our media channels are really growing. Hand of Blood, for example, I know is really really popular in the media, and I think most people are asking for or waiting for the rest of the roster to be declared or published, and to see how the league will develop, because people tend to be quite surprised by how good we actually are.
Gibt's weitere Fragen? Ich denke, für eine letzte Frage wäre noch Zeit.
Any final questions? I think we have time for one more. At the back.
Ja, hallo. Mich würde eure Einschätzung jetzt aktuelle politische Lage in Deutschland auch wahrscheinlich
the current political situation in Germany.
Doch eher konservativ eingestellte
The
Regierung
most likely conservative
Gemeinnützigkeit
government
interessieren. Also
in
seht ihr da jetzt
terms
noch einen
of
Weg? Also
it
jetzt
being a
wahrscheinlich nicht
kind
mehr.
of
Und
public
wie ist eure Einschätzung
team
zukünftig?
and subventions? How do you see that
also
with a more conservative government?
Das ist leider ad acta.
Well, yeah, definitely not anymore. That's unfortunately the reality.
Also,
But something really does have to happen in that respect. We see it in other countries where it is done, it is subsidized. And even if I don't really want to open the kind of worms with esports games, we have the EOC that is really pushing very hard. And in a year or so, some tournaments are supposed to take place. And I know from other years, other countries are also really overwhelmed. But it's happening, it won't go away.
Das Announcement von diesem Event gebracht hat, dass
But
gewisse Stakeholder
what we gain from the
miteinander
announcement of this
reden.
event is
Und
that
das ist schon mal ein
different
positiver
stakeholders
Schritt.
talk to each other and
Wenn
discuss
jetzt eine
things,
konservative
which is an important
Partei
step.
reinkommt,
If a conservative
ist
party
es
were
aber
to
immer noch ein
enter
Thema, wo
power, it's definitely still a
die müssen
subject
sich damit
where
auseinandersetzen.
they have
Wenn
to
wir die junge
think about
Generation
this. They
Alpha
have to talk
anschauen,
about it. If we look at Gen Alpha,
99% zocken und
99% of them
wahrscheinlich
are
der 1%
gamers.
ist statistischer Fehler.
And
Und
about
das
1%
heißt,
is a
wenn die
statistical
gewählt werden wollen,
anomaly.
müssen sie
So
im E-Sport auch
it's closer
eigentlich
to 100. So if they want to
Und
be
ich glaube, das ist
accepted
das
by that
perfekte
generation, they
Schlusswort
need
an
to
dieser
talk
Stelle
about
für unsere
esports and
Runde. Vielen
open the way
Dank
for
für
it.
die
I
Einschätzung
think that's a
und
really good
Themen.
way
Vielen
to
Dank auch
finish
an das
our discussion.
Publikum
Thank you very much for
für
your
die
insights. Thank you for the
spannenden
audience
Fragen. Und
for
damit darf ich
the
an Otti übergeben.
interesting questions. And I'd like to give the word back to Otti.
Genau, vielen lieben Dank für die spannenden
Thank you
Einblicke
very
von unseren
much
Speakern
for
in die Welt des
the
E-Sports und natürlich auch die
interesting
Zukunft. Wir machen
conversation
jetzt erstmal eine
in the world of
Mittagspause bis
esports
14
and
Uhr
the
und sehen
future.
uns dann hier zu dem
We're now going to have a lunch
exklusiven
break
Panel
until
Made in
2
Germany
p.m. and
International
we'll see
Fiction
you
wieder.
back for
Daher gute
panel
Pause und
Made
bis
in
dahin.
Germany International Fiction. Have a good lunch
Dankeschön.
break and I'll see you later.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to part 1 of Rethinking Virtual Production. Today, we embark on an exciting journey into the innovative realm of virtual production, a game changer in the film industry. And together with our speakers, we will take a deep dive into this world of this cutting-edge technology. First up, we have Sven Blidung von der Heide, the CEO of Volumetric, a company specializing in volumetric capture technology. He will unravel how Volumetric is making waves in the industry and how it allows creators to capture human-like performances in amazing detail. And with projects like The Matrix Resurrections or the Netflix series 1899, he's not just talking about the future, he's actively building it. So please welcome Sven Blidung von der Heide.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for the great introduction. Already it saves me a bit of time because I have to rush a bit through the presentation. I have not so much time, but a lot of slides and a lot of knowledge and ideas I want to share with you. So I was born in '48, actually, in the east side of Germany, and basically I can't remember anything from this time except the first computer I got when the Berlin Wall came down. And the first really big wow effect I had in my life was when I watched this movie, like Jurassic Park, quite a while ago, because this was the first time when basically dinosaurs didn't look like animated puppets or something like that. They looked real. And I was completely like blown away by the fact that those have been generated on a computer. And I really want to figure out why and how this is possible, because my computer at this time looked like crap. Everyone knows the games from those times. So I had to figure it out. So I learned a lot of things about visual effects, and several years later, basically, I worked in the industry. I did like volumetric, but fluid simulations, like explosions, blood, everything that I basically liked at this time. It was more than 10 years ago. And this was one of the bigger challenges in computer graphics, like simulating oceans and all those effects with it. So I was a bit, really deep into like how to create those effects and scenes. A bit later, I had my second or next wow effect, which was like virtual reality. And you might know like those headsets that came out, everyone could try them and use them. And the beauty of it that it's not anymore like watching a 2D video on a screen, but you can basically immerse yourself in the scene and walk around. And it was like a new experience for me to really like present in a scene, which is like, something, I don't know, who has tried virtual reality in the audience? Quickly just raise a hand. Okay, like, who owns a headset? Like a VR headset at home? Like, okay, still a few. Okay, so Christmas season is coming, so maybe you have to rethink that. And then also, of course, virtual production, which converge the same technologies, because the point is that production's moving from 2D to 3D. And this was like the main thing I've learned from that. So I went from sitting just behind the computer doing visual effects to like building own cameras, doing scanning of environments, building like different drones to capture scenes, to make them available in those headsets, but also like in all kind of 3D spaces. And the big problem that was basically all the time happening from our perspective is like we call it the 3D body problem, because if you have a real human, it's very challenging to bring a real human into a 3D space. I mean, scanning like 3D assets is quite easy nowadays. Even with a phone, you can get good results, basically. But if you have a real human in motion, it's a very huge challenge. And the problem is when you look at games, they always look like caricatures or cartoonish, like robots a bit. And if you look at movies, they have like hundreds of people just working on those animations. And they, even with their big budgets, can only afford like a few minutes of digital characters because it's so expensive to do them. Yeah, and so the big problem with that is basically we are so well trained in detecting those little details in faces. Just when I'm standing on the stage, basically my blood flow under my skin is changing several times, my lip pressure is changing. And there are a lot of things we basically never recognize consciously, but we feel when they are missing. And that's why it's so hard for an artist to recreate those things, because you look at the footage and you see something is missing, but you really don't know what you have to change and to adapt. That's basically the really challenging part. And I think everyone maybe knows those situations, like having a group of people like 100 meters away, and you know a person inside of this group, and you see, oh, I know this guy, even if you see him just from watching from behind. So we are very well trained basically in detecting those little details in human. And this is a big challenge to recreate those. And I just want to show you like a short little live demo, what we can achieve now, even on the iPad. Ellie over there, she has the iPad, so maybe we can switch over to her screen for a second and share it here on my back wall as well. I love live demos always because sometimes they work, sometimes not, but it looks like it, as it would work. And this is now a full 3D character running on the iPad. And as you can see, we can turn him around. It looks like a 3D scan, maybe press play. But it's not just like a static scene, it's like fully in motion, basically. So just a random guy eating an apple. And of course, with the power of mixed reality, we can place him basically anywhere on the stage. And he's also tracked into the scene. And the same, of course, you can apply to virtual production for the backdrop if you need extras. Standing around, eating apples or doing whatever. Or if nobody claps today, we have this guy with us. So he's always friendly and joyful, and he will always like cheer to me. And this is really like cool because the tracking even of the iPad is enough, and even like those devices working quite well. And if you see look at the textures of the cloth and everything, it looks very realistic. Yeah, this is now possible already. So maybe we can switch back to my slides. Perfect. And yeah, so basically productions are moving from 2D to 3D. As mentioned earlier, we did also some calculations, like if you have a show with 150 extras, like background characters, of course it creates a lot of CO2 as well with catering and everything. And also when you look at the savings or the payments you have to do, it's like 10 times cheaper actually to do 3D characters actually instead of shooting everything with a backdrop with all the people in comparison to 150 extras. So here just a few numbers we checked. And the question is, okay, where can you get those extras? Actually, we have launched a catalog of humans you can just buy online. Sounds like maybe a bit weird, but it was even like started before the actor strike. So you have like random people like just talking, eating something. You put them in a shopping cart, and if you have a 3D tool, you can just place them into your environment, into your 3D scene. And if you press render, then those empty spaces basically become populated and vividful. And this is something, which anyone can do now at the moment already, like get access to them. And they're also running an Unreal Engine, of course, for virtual production and all different other types. So it's like the catalog. One crucial thing as well is that all the people we have scanned there, they agreed also to use the data for AI. So it's like the first digital motion catalog actually in this kind of quality that is even like fully EU regulation conforming. So it's kind of very unique data set that we have. And of course, we're using it also for AI training in the future. So how do we do that? We have like this stage here. This is our volumetric capture stage, all the cameras from all the angles. And this is how it works like. So it's also laggy on the screen, okay. But this basically is the capture studio. Outside there's like a director's seat where you can just talk with the person. So you don't have to care about like animation or whatever. So everything is automated. Yeah, usually those artifacts are not in the video, but I think you get the idea. And this is the output. So it's a full 3D mesh that comes out. And you don't have any artists working on muscles, on cloth simulation or whatever. So it's a complete automated process. And that's the beauty of it, or the big game changer, that we can now easily capture humans that are real and can bring them into any kind of 3D environment without hassling around with all those things. Just a quick side story in terms of challenges of creating digital scans of humans. Lana Wachowski, when she was now on stage, she asked us to create like the bullet time 2.0. And she asked me if we could build a volucap stage underwater. And I was a bit confused when she asked me that, because it's quite challenging to even build something like that above water. So I asked her just when, and she told me 2.5 months. Everyone told me that it's totally impossible. I said, okay, give me 3 days and we will come up with some solutions. So this was our plan back then, like, create like a way of, is it even possible to scan underwater, get camera and housings, put everything together, and then you should have like an underwater capture stage. And just to give you a glimpse about like the nightmares we have went through. Like this is me like basically on the next day getting scuba gear, and I'm not a professional diver. I had to breathe for the next months through this little thing you see here. And if you have ever to be able to work underwater, everything is so slow and you feel like a snake because you can't really move fast. And even like shooting like sharks or whatever, it's a taking amount of time, and the colors are different. And also I had to learn to hold my breath for the beginning to get like different captures of myself. And then just a few days afterwards, basically I became the first volumetrically scanned person underwater. This was the data from those days. So I was quite convinced that we can make it. So I asked all the vendors of the housings. We need more than 40 of those housings now to set it up. And everyone told us renting is not possible. Producing that many was also possible because nobody could produce this kind of amount of housings. So we created like a full workshop, did our own underwater housing creations, did all the measurements, built more than 40 underwater housings, set it up a whole stage. And here you see the full volumetric underwater stage that we have built for the movie with all the cameras. And this was just in 2.5 months, all this progress. And you basically can see what was meant to be like bullet time 2.0. And maybe, I don't know if you have seen the movie, and maybe you have seen it and you wonder where did this happen in the movie? Maybe some of you remember 2020, this year, that came directly after we did this by end of 2019. There was like this kind of virus that hit everyone, and nobody was knowing what happened there. And so basically the whole production was in complete chaos, and all the underwater capture was canceled. So it was directly after we have signed all the contracts with Warner that we do a lot of big underwater scans and so on. And the goal was then completely shifted towards like how we can be more flexible in terms of scanning. So we created a lot of more smaller camera systems, which are more handheld and flexible to scan basically the actors and the environments at the same time, to give the production the possibility to have way more options, and they don't need to reshoot anything. This was like the core idea of it. So they could like swap out faces with the data that we have created, like typical deepfakes. I mean, in 2020, at this resolution, like 8K, I think even today it's quite state of the art, or changing camera angles, or like doing like bullet time, like slow down timing. So this, for example, this shot here was completely AI generated at this time. So we used the data, traded in. It took like 3 months of 150 machines to train the data in from the set, and the full rendering was done with AI. This was way before like Gaussians or Nerf was popular, if anyone heard about those techs. So we created then smaller capture systems as well to create like all the data from the set, to have like the possibility to recreate the actors and gather all the data. One I called it the deepfake gold standard because it's a very small system we can bring, and we have extremely high resolution. And even if we didn't manage to bring the bullet time underwater rig to metrics, a lot of the tech we have developed is now in like TV shows, like here for Sky. So you see me sitting on the one side of the couch, and my face is swapped out on the screen on the right. So this was a full live TV show where we managed to do like live broadcast deepfakes basically for full 40-minute show. And it's not just 2D deepfakes anymore. We even can replace faces in 3D deepfakes basically on objects and persons. And this gives way more flexibility basically if you work with digital doubles or other persons that you can easily swap out now faces with our tech. And you might have heard already about the movie Mickey 17, which will be released by beginning of next year, where we also have been on set and scanned Robert, which is quite handsome guy. And that's utilizing that a lot. And it's not just like a movie anymore, like we do like also now training. So this is, for example, captured through the virtual reality headset with the Quest 3. It's completely running standalone on the headset. So we can now do like complete captures. We even like setting up now a studio inside of a real surgery room to capture like the full surgery, to get data to train robots for the future, so they can do surgeries autonomously. And that's quite cool about the tech, that it's very widely differently usable. Yeah, so we have even created our own cameras. So this is just a resolution chart of the cameras that we have created. So it's more than IMAX resolution, and we have more than 40 of those in our studio. We have also like this portable systems which we can bring to the film sets. And just to give you an impression of the full resolution, so this is the full camera array. And this is now just a zoom in into the cameras without any like AI upscaling or whatever. It's just like the raw, just zoom in. So we can go from full basically down to the face. So this like really like the benefit of the system if you handle this kind of amount of resolution. Just for the end, like 2.5 hours per day to get like a little stretch over to the topic AI as well. This is currently the amount of video actually that AI can create within 24 hours on just one GPU. So if you look at Zora, it's this model, it can generate basically 2.5 hours of video in 25 hours in kind of, this kind of quality or different. And I mentioned like Jurassic Park in the beginning, like, I mean, you see like the previous one on the left side and the eye dinosaurs on the right side. I don't know, please be honest. I mean, we would directly see that the one on this side is AI generated. Maybe raise your hands, like, who's like, okay. Okay, just to give like heads up, the other one on the left side is also completely AI generated. If you look a bit closer, you see that's not Jurassic Park on the truck, so I generated also different versions of this one to recreate the scene. So this already works also quite well, if you look at that. And just at the end, I want to show like a short little teaser I created like half a year ago with AI, where I used data from our studio, trained myself into the system. It's just 1 minute. To try out how much can I manipulate myself into certain directions. So it was like very short project, like 2 days when I had COVID. I tried all the tools out there to get my data trained in, and the idea for myself was like, how can I use my data, be part of a short teaser, and also push myself into very crazy face deformation directions to see if it still holds up. But yeah, maybe you can put on the sound and I just can play this short little teaser, and then I'm also done. Yep.
Like a motherfucker. A group of brilliant but reckless research androids play with fire in their relentless pursuit of knowledge. Those digital daredevils decipher ancient religious scriptures like there's some kind of Indiana Jones. An artifact called the ether that predates civilization is discovered by these crazy sons of guns. The ether takes possession and spreads demonic beings among the AI robots like a goddamn STD. A demonic AGI evolves and turns humans into fucking cybernetic zombies, leaving chaos and bloodshed in its fucking wake. Human cyberware zombies turn on the last unmodified humans and fight their own brutal battle. No holds barred, no fucks given. Out of the ashes rises the valiant angelic AI faction, ready to kick some serious demonic ass like a badass cybernetic crusade. A battle between light and darkness has begun. Exorcism of the Ether, Episode 1. Buckle up, bitches. It's going to be one hell of a ride.
Yeah, so this was like, thank you. Yeah, if you watch it online, it doesn't have those stuttering stuff that was on the screen here, so it's just a fluent movie. Yeah, but this was my try to see how far I could push it like half a year ago. Now, of course, it would be looking already quite different. Yeah, but thank you very much for your time, and yeah, let's see up for the panel and have a great time here. Thank you.
Sven, please stay with us on the stage for a second.
Okay, sure.
Because I want to thank you for that insightful presentation.
Yeah.
And I also have a question for you, because we saw how lifelike those recreations can actually be. So, however, would you say that these digital avatars can actually be a proper full replacement for actors in scenes?
Not yet. It's still like take a bit of time, and also I think authenticity of actors is very crucial. That's why I think we will still need to require to do very high resolution captures of the real performances of the actors in their roles, because currently what those AI systems can do, they can copy certain expressions and also like tears and stuff like that. But basically, if you create a movie, you want to have an actor in a very specific role that is very consistent, also not just from the visual part, but also from the role that he's playing. And therefore, I think it will still be mandatory to capture the real person if you want to have the real person. And I think this is something, I mean, we will see a lot of digital characters, of course, that will look like real actors, and big studios are working on this, of course, because if you look at the actor strike, I mean, obviously you want to have actors that are completely free, but our goal is more to bring real actors into those domains that they can compete with those digital ones, because in the future, I think 10 years in the future, I think we will just look back at how old school we have done movies, and we will just have our customized movies running in real time on the machine. So this is something where we're heading to, and not having real actors in those environments would be a pity. That's what we're working on.
Okay, it will be exciting how we go on with these things in the future. So thanks a lot, Sven Dieling von der Heide. Now let's shift gears and welcome, big applause, of course. So now let's shift gears and welcome Ben Bays, Associate Professor at the University of Texas at Austin. And together with us, he will explore the origins and immense potential of virtual production. Will the rapid advancement in technology come at the cost of traditional cinematic value? Let's find out together and welcome him with a loud round of applause.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Ben Bays, as he said. Thank you for that very nice introduction. And this is my presentation. I attempted to translate it into Latin to sound more professorial, but I had to fudge it just to make it look cool. So just an explanation on the title there. Abduxit means abducted by, and camera is the plural of camera. And what I wanted to explore here is the idea of the apparatus of the camera and its application to, of course, virtual production, as it is a significant component of that, but also animation and other sort of forms of image making along the way. I am from Texas, if that's not already apparent. I grew up along a 956-kilometer stretch of the Chisholm Trail, which is now the I-35 corridor there. And I currently live in Austin and teach at the University of Texas at Austin. I am aware of a lot of the conventions and the mythology of Texas, and just to note, these were all drawn by Europeans as well. So maybe it's because I grew up in that sort of stasis that I do sort of love crime. Not all crime, but I do love to steal, and I haven't had an original thought in my whole life. So if there's something in here that sounds interesting, chances are I stole it, maybe from somebody in this very room here. And then here's a couple of sources you might want to look into. I tried to use AI and LLMs to do a little bit of research on this, but in fact came up just a little bit short, so we'll see how those evolve in the future. I teach at the University of Texas in the Department of Radio, Television, Film in the Moody College of Communication, which is a big mouthful there. This is my 17th year, and I'm also teaching at another smaller university down the road. Smaller meaning it only has 30,000 students, and the University of Texas has 65,000 students and 15,000 faculty and staff members, so quite a large operation there. Like this wonderful school here, we have a lot of equipment, millions of dollars worth of cameras and lenses and dollies, studios and facilities that are quite extraordinary and great fun for us to play around in, including one of the largest green screen stages between the coasts in the United States, so certainly sort of as part of a university. There's also a motion capture stage there and a small virtual production sort of stage near there. We received a grant some years ago to explore stereoscopy, and so we have made quite a lot of innovations in that, and popularity of that has fallen off just a little bit. But as an offshoot of that program, we also developed a lot of technology around 360 video and virtual reality, including, if you look to the lower right, in that particular slide is a camera that we invented and patented as well. And as an offshoot further of that, we've been involved in AR and extended reality and have a lot of initiatives in that area there. So it's a very fun and exciting time to be involved in the technology of image making. We have a motion capture volume as well. And all this is to say that these threads are all leading up and important components to the idea of virtual production, which we also practice in a couple places at the university here. Nothing like what we just saw, but at the academic level, it is quite fun to play around with. So I think we have a better sense of virtual production after the previous lecture or speech, but what you should know is that it includes a lot of different components along the way, essentially sort of the 3D CGI-ification of a lot of parts of the production process, and it has upended the way that we talk about and organize a film school. We typically used to think about it in terms of story and fundraising, and then pre-production, and then the actual production, as we have here, where we have cameras and a stage and a person and all of the operations, very expensive, as we just saw. And then my area, when I was involved with film, was in post-production and visual effects. And then of course we have distribution. With virtual production, everything has sort of shifted around a little bit, and those things which used to come after production are now happening before and after at the same time and simultaneously at the same time. So we can no longer fix it in post, as they say. We have to fix it in pre or fix it along the way. But this is an exciting time to be involved in this. And what I wanted to talk about today was the camera. So this is a virtual camera, a very simple one. This is what it looks like in Maya, and you can see some of the parameters there. Of course, we use Unreal Engine for a lot of our virtual compositing, but the parameters are pretty similar there. They're trying to reproduce what an actual camera does, imperfectly, I think. And I have the benefit of having sort of come up in video games, which I'll talk about in just a little bit, and seeing what a much more sort of primitive virtual camera looks like versus the much more sophisticated ones that we have today. But the goal of a virtual camera is, of course, to reproduce what an actual physical, the apparatus of the camera does. So, but I think in an unsatisfactory way. So there are at least two points in any sort of virtual production when you might need to use both kinds of cameras, a physical one and a virtual one. One is something called live compositing or simulcam, and the other one is on-set virtual production. Live compositing, or the simulcam, was a term coined by James Cameron when he was working on Avatar, and so there are a couple of images from there. And essentially, what we just saw it happen here, where someone had a camera and they were able to composite a CG character into a scene. The other version is this on-set virtual production, which we typically know as virtual production, where we have a large rear projection behind us of LED panels, and it's really kind of changed the way that we approach visual effects. We no longer deal with a green screen and then compositing after the fact. We're all doing it in camera. It's an in-camera visual effect, or special effect, or visual effect, however you want to call it. However, I guess the point at which that I wanted to talk about today was, does this idea of a camera, physical, and then the real simulation of it, confine us within some space that is maybe kind of operating against sort of an independent sort of creativity? And so my own personal journey, my professional journey, such as it was, I think maybe sort of reflects that, and I have some resentment, I suppose, towards cameras, so I wanted to bring that up here today. I started off going to art school for 6.5 years, so I don't know what that says about me, for drawing. And I love to draw, and as soon as I got out of art school, or while I was there, I wanted to work in traditional animation, 2D animation. Those are some of my sketches. And so I got right in there and have done, I started in backgrounds, and then visual effects or special effects, hand-drawn special effects, and then I did character and multi-plane and layout work, things like that. There wasn't a lot of money in animation, but I had a great time doing it. Now, animation is very special, sort of to me. I'm the head of the animation area in my department, and I just wanted to bring up something that I always think about in terms of animation, and that's that the technology of animation actually does predate the camera, specifically the motion picture camera. So you can see some examples of that, the Volumetric. The flip book, which interestingly didn't really come about till 1868 when paper mills became more popular. And then we have things like the zoetrope, praxinoscope, and then there's some other scopes in there. These all work in sort of loops or are very short, but I think that there's a lot of evidence that people have been engaged in not just sequential art, but something that's like proto-animation for a long time. And of course, as technology has developed, animation has as well. The camera comes along a little bit later. And I think that this is sort of important. Here's some technology that led up to the camera that's sort of interesting, and I think that there is a gray area about who and when invented the camera. And as I understand, there are rumors that Edison may have had a man killed and those sorts of things, but I think we can say pretty safely that around 1890, the cinematic camera as we know it began to be used. So this is a quote from one of those sources that I listed up front. And this is something that I do sometimes think about, is that often animation is sort of subsumed as a subgenre of cinema and is sort of thought as sort of lesser than live action. And yet it does predate it. And I think that there's actually not a terrible argument, interesting argument, that live action is a subgenre of animation itself, if it is that animation is to create change over time. The first animators were not necessarily constrained by a camera, and I think that that's what attracted me to animation. We do not think about, in terms of 2D animation, we do not think about what the camera is going to do. We scan these things, or we work in a program like Procreate or Adobe Animate or TV Paint or something like that. We only think about the composition, so we're thinking about the page. We don't think about lenses or anything like that if we're not doing stop motion. It's a very sort of direct and very free way of working here. So Walt Disney also sort of originally, and this changes a little bit, sort of engaged in this kind of animation. And I did want to point out that his partner in this early animation was a character named Ub Iwerks, who was rumored to be able to draw 600 drawings per day and is largely uncredited, but he was the one who actually drew all of these cartoons. The golden age of animation in the United States starts after that, and here you can see some slides from the Warner Brothers and Looney Tunes. And obviously they're considering 3D space, but not necessarily in any sort of realistic way. They're having fun with it and being very playful, which I think is what attracted me to animation initially. There's a lot of different, the history of animation in the 20th century is often about sort of the means of production, the cost of production, and I think this had a sort of an influence on the development of it visually, and so animation moves, and sometimes farther and farther away from anything sort of representational or figurative, which is interesting to sort of look at here. There is one technique, though, that was invented very early on by the Fleischer brothers, and it's called rotoscope. And rotoscope is a technique that exists both in visual effects and in animation. And essentially what you do is you take a film or a video of somebody, and then you use it as a layer or project it behind, and then you draw or trace over the top of it. And you can see it in early Superman cartoons, and that's Coco the Clown in the middle there. So. As I said, there's different uses of rotoscope, so we do use it in visual effects, and it's essentially the same sort of idea. You're tracing usually just the silhouette of something using some tool like RotoBrush in After Effects so that you can isolate it and change its color or remove it or add something on top of that. Same sort of idea, starting with an underlying video or image and then tracing over the top of that. So. Walt Disney you initially had that sort of rubber hosey sort of Mickey Mouse look, but in order to sort of streamline, bring costs down in his studio model, began to employ the technique of rotoscope as early on as Snow White there in 1937. And here you see an example of an actress who is later turned into Alice from Alice in Wonderland. So the reason for this, and I can tell you from personal experience, is as an animator, it's very difficult to just sort of work cold on a blank sheet of paper. But if you do have reference video behind it, it makes it a lot easier for you to work, and it allows people with not a lot of training to also be good animators there. So. I don't know if you are familiar with Sergei Eisenstein, who is a famous film theorist and made the battleship Potemkin and a lot of very sort of influential films early on. He was a big fan of Walt Disney, of all people. However, he eulogized the direction that animation was moving under Disney, because he felt that, and you can see some of the quote here, he felt that when you rotoscope, when you mediate what is animated through the actions of the camera, right, you're giving something up. And he calls it the plasmatic quality or plasmaticity, which is a fun word. And we also call that rubber hosing in animation. And I think sort of the sacrifice that you make when you do rotoscope, and I've done it professionally, is that you are giving up that sort of freedom, that expressive quality that you can have when you don't have the camera, when you're forced to sort of do that. It takes a lot more skill to animate in that manner. But you can see sort of the results there. I do feel like it's having a little bit of a resurgence if you look at films like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and a lot of sort of CG films now. They're less and less, the puppets are less strict, there's a lot more sort of flexibility, but that's not easy to achieve. There's a lot of hoops, technical hoops that you have to jump through to get to that particular point. While we're on rotoscope, it does have sort of an interesting history, sort of culturally. Here's an early Chinese animation that's employed it here called Princess Iron Fan. So you can see on the left, that one's pretty clearly rotoscoped. In some cases, you could actually see the underlying eyes of the film before they traced over it. It was embraced as a technique in socialist realism in Russia. So there's a whole period and quite a few different examples of rotoscoping animation, rotoscoped animation that you can see there, a couple of examples. Ralph Bakshi used it as sort of underground animation technique in the 1970s and 80s in the United States, and so you can see a couple of examples of that there. Including, if you look at that lower right one, it actually looks less traced and more like there was sort of a Xerox process, a photocopy sort of filtering process to create animation. You can also see that there's video mixed in there. So I guess I would question if the lower right one is in fact animation at all. And then Don Bluth uses it in several of his movies there. You can see a clip from Anastasia, I believe, which much of it was animated in Austin. So there was a studio there called Heart of Texas that did a lot of work for Don Bluth. It is such a good cost-saving technique that Filmation did it for a lot of its television animation. I don't know if y'all are familiar with He-Man and things like that, where they would recycle clips all the time. So it looked pretty cheap. It's been used in rotoscoping. Rotoscoping has been used in video games as well. Famously, Jordan Mechner used it for Prince of Persia. So you can see an example there where he filmed his brother jumping over things and then traced over the top of it. And later, Jordan Mechner made a game called Last Express, which is a little harder to find. But in that case, they not only traced over the actors, but if you look closely at that strip on the right, you can see that the actors, their clothes actually had black piping added to them. So they almost drew the lines before they actually drew them. So they exaggerated their outfits by creating lines on the clothes themselves so that it would make it easier for them to rotoscope later. Bob Sabiston is a figure who I know personally because I worked on A Scanner Darkly as a rotoscope artist or animator, however you want to talk about it, for over a year. That was made in Austin. And so you can see some of the process of that. Now that used a software that he invented. He's a very smart guy. And so if you see on the lower right, there's a process where Winona Ryder, we would get the video and then it would sap the colors out if you wished. And then you would go in and you would trace. It has a lot of detail if you watch it. It also interpolates the line, which means you could draw, say, like a strand of hair on frame 1 and then advance to frame, say, 20, and then redraw that strand of hair, and it would slowly, the computer would slowly morph that hair from point A to point B. You would not have to draw it frame by frame by frame on every single frame. So in that case, you know, we have two things that are mediating the animation: the original camera that captures the underlying video layer, but also we have a software that's interpolating as well. So while it was a joy to work on, we were giving up a lot of, you know, sort of our influence, our authorship as animators of each shot. So one thing that's interesting, an anecdote, is that there were 50 rotoscope artists on that particular project, a mix of men and women. And there were several sort of male actors, and Winona Ryder was the main sort of lead actress in that. And the men animators had a very hard time rotoscoping, tracing over Winona Ryder, and not making it look mannish. Okay, like there was some masculinity in the strokes, I guess because we're just familiar with drawing our own face in the mirror or something like that. That the male sort of animators really struggled with. And so the Winona Ryder team was largely made up of female animators. They did not have the same problem with men. So they did not feminize men, which is interesting because I think that there is this unconscious mediation going on. Even if you're tracing, even if you're just trying to accurately recreate it and just sort of enhance certain things, you cannot help but embed something in every single stroke. So I guess the question is rotoscope animation? Is it the same kind of animation as that which does not use the particular, that does not use the camera, right? That you just sort of draw cold, that the early animators did. There is an argument ongoing about this, and I include just a little bit of information about this. So Richard Linklater produced The Waking Life. He also produced Scanner Darkly. So he's been a big fan of rotoscope animation, and it's an important part, I think, of the ecosystem of Austin. A lot of it does happen in Austin. So it's been championed by those people, but it is an interesting argument, and I guess the Academy of Motion Picture Sciences denied the entry of a rotoscope film. So this is a film that was filmed on video, but then every part of it was animated over, and I checked. They use a program called TV Paint. So TV Paint does not interpolate. It does not do any tweening. So the animators did, in fact, have to draw every single frame. So that question of, is the software mediating the animation, I think is less strong in this particular case. However, the Academy declined it for consideration, and I think this introduces a whole bunch of other problems, you know, is CGI animation, right? Because their feeling was that, you know, too much technology and not enough sort of actual person animating it, and yet they sort of award sort of CGI, Pixar films, things like that, the same award, which I would argue is also mediated by something else, the computer. So that brings us to CGI itself. Now, CGI, as you know, is a simulation, an imperfect one of reality. And if you've ever worked in these programs, you realize that everything is kind of a shortcut and a sort of a simplification of rays. And, you know, it's not actual light. It's just sort of mathematics and geometry that create this sort of realism here. And so in this case, we have a camera, which is trying to be a real camera, but it doesn't do everything real cameras do, okay? So it doesn't have these Bayer masks, and it doesn't have the qualities of a physical lens, right? But it simulates them as well as it can. Now, my sort of experience with CGI largely comes from video games. I started as a concept artist in the video game industry, and then worked my way up through environment art, VFX, and generally towards a lead artist before I became a professor. And the first game that I worked on was called Vex, and this is a 3D platformer, and in this case we had a little camera that follows you, right? And so I know that if you played any video games, you're familiar with this idea. And you do have some authorship over this camera. You could swing it around, right? And I don't know if you've ever been playing a game and you sort of come over a hill and you act as if you're the cinematographer. You're not simply using it as a mechanics for gameplay, but you're actually trying to sort of reveal it in a dramatic way. Maybe that's just me. I like to do that. So you're embedding meaning in that camera, whether you know it or not. And there's a wonderful book on video games by Soraya Murray, and it has a case study of, which one is it? It is The Phantom Pain, Metal Gear Solid, The Phantom Pain. And if you don't know, Hideo Kojima is a big fan of American cinema. And that game has a virtual camera. And this virtual camera gets dust on the lens, right? It does a lot of things that a real camera would do if you dragged it on this adventure, including the wind blows over the microphone and sort of peeks out and stuff like that. None of that has to happen, right? All of that was engineered from scratch to sort of simulate what a real camera does. And all of that was embedding meaning in it, okay? So the developer or you playing the game, whatever you're doing with the camera, whatever they're doing with the camera, you are consciously or unconsciously embedding meaning in that camera. So I struggled with the camera in games that tried to reproduce comics because, of course, they're not bound to the physics of a camera. Sometimes I had to do isometric or axonometric renderings, which, of course, do what a real camera cannot do. In some cases, there's Incredible Hulk. We were rendering with two cameras at the same time, an isometric and a perspective camera in the foreground and the background. It was only very late in my sort of professional career that I came into visual effects, and that's sort of sideways. I worked on a project that was more like a live broadcast that did live compositing, where I was the in-world composite director for something called Video Ranch. And so we were filming people on a stage, projecting them into a CGI world, something like Second Life, but even clunkier, if you can imagine, and then taking virtual cameras and projecting those back into the real world. So the real and the virtual coming together. So I showed this slide earlier, and we have a real camera that, and as a visual effects person, you have to match that. You get the plate, right? You may have some influence on it, but largely you're just inheriting what the production has done. But in virtual production, of course, we start with CG and simulated cameras, and then we move to real cameras, and then back to CG cameras as well. And my sense is that in all of this, we may be confining ourselves further and further. The results are undeniably spectacular, and a sense of realism and photorealism of these things coming together is the goal, but all of it is confined in the digital, which is another conversation altogether. So all this is to say, and I know I don't have answers because I have only complicated it further by sort of researching it or thinking about these things myself, but what is animation? Is a clock animated, right? It is moving, it is changing over time, and what role does technology play? Is live action a type of animation? Animation a special effect? Is it a genre or a medium or both? And to what extent does a camera, real or simulated, mediate the image that we are making? So I think I'm about out of time, but thank you so much, and I appreciate your attention, so thank you.
Thanks a lot for that interesting keynote.
Thank you.
What I would like to know is if you would say that the modern virtual production is a progression of traditional animation.
That's a good question. Well, I mean, I would think so. Yeah. I mean, I think all it certainly is informed by it. I don't know if it's necessarily a progression of animation. If you think about those things maybe as different things. So, but the technology, is inherited from a lot of sort of steps that have been, developed by animation. About that.
Very interesting. Thanks a lot, Ben Bays.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrian Weber, Virtual Production Supervisor at Fireframe, and he will take us behind the scenes of Oscar-winning productions and showcase his work on grand visual effects for films such as Poor Things or the Disney Plus series The Mandalorian. Please welcome Adrian Weber.
Hello, good afternoon, evening already almost. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me again. It's nice to see the front row full of familiar faces. We had an amazing workshop this morning, and I hope some learnings from that as well. I'm here to talk about virtual production and the projects I've had the pleasure of working on. And just quickly to my own person, I'm a virtual production supervisor. So my role is technically to interface between the production, the creative people, and the technical department to kind of translate those different languages and to get them as comfortable as possible to shoot with a lot of technology on set. I had the pleasure and the chance to work on a couple of really cool projects. I mean, one of my favorites, obviously, Poor Things. We're going to dive in that one a bit later as well. And I had the pleasure to travel around the world the last couple of years and work and set up and design a couple of studios all around here, and also one here right in this school, actually. The one upstairs, Linda brought me on and we set up this amazing stage together. But yeah, now times have changed, and I joined an amazing virtual production studio up in Helsinki in Finland, which goes by the name of Fireframe. And Fireframe is a bit unique in a sense that it incorporates a lot more than just the traditional in-camera VFX. So we work from anything in film production to VFX, all the way to games, live shows, AI, and basically VR and AR. And that makes it quite interesting because we use a shared common base of tool sets, of basically knowledge, of experience from different industries to create a fairly unique result and everything basically around it. But today, just summing it up, what we do is usually use real-time tools as well. For example, such as the Unreal Engine. We create a lot of worlds, different environments, different setups, and everything like that in the game engine, and then use it for creating extended set pieces, interactive live events, or basically big-scale motion picture movies and TV series. Right, today we're going to focus on the film part though, because just covering all of this is going to, I don't know, mainly be too much for this kind of presentation. And just briefly, for those people who aren't aware what in-camera VFX or virtual production is, what we mainly do on set is basically build a physical set. So for example, this plinth in the foreground on this set is completely physical. That's where the actors are standing, fighting, and basically battling in here. And then in the background on this enormously big TV, so essentially just as this LED wall, just a bit bigger most of the times, we create digital worlds which then flawlessly extend the ones in the foreground. So we can make more grand images, way more like impressive looks and everything like that. And yeah, that's what we do in real time, and we mainly use Unreal Engine in the background. This was a research project in Bavaria, together with Netflix, ARRI, and the Bavaria studios. And maybe in this video you got a bit more like clear idea on what it is doing. That's me. And then basically what we did is we have a control unit. That's just basically where we control the background, where we basically adjust everything that is happening in the scene. We can move trees, weather, effects, and everything like that. Then in the foreground we have traditional set building, which gets extended into the digital world. And we have a camera that is tracked and has a fully representative form of digital cameras, as we just learned. And that's how we can basically recreate what the camera would see if we would have it in a complete 3D space. And the fun thing about this entire thing is we have it on a screen, so everybody on the set can see what's going on. There's no guesswork on if the frame is actually working or not. You have a lot more interaction, and you basically, it's just more fun to work with, I have to be honest, in that sense. And that was a really cool setup and a really cool project in general, because we tested as well to create the illusion of a full 360 shoot with just basically a LED wall in one directional background. And when we look at the final result, I mean, you can judge for yourself if we succeeded with that or not. There were a couple of really interesting kind of trickeries and stuff going on in this shoot. One, we had the foreground set on kind of a rotating plinth. So when we shot into the different direction, we rotated the foreground set and kept, of course, all the LED and everything static. But the illusion was then that we basically see more of the screen, even though there was nothing in the screen. In this specific stage, we also didn't have an LED ceiling, so low-angle shots became a bit difficult, which is, in a second, you're going to see basically an outtake there. Which is a bit of a challenge, of course, because in a fight scene, somebody's going to land on the floor at some point. Prime example, number one. And if you want to do the basically the low-angle shot, where you basically have the illusion that you shoot towards the ceiling, this becomes difficult. But since we're in a digital world, we can just tilt basically the background. So this specific shot and this one might be a bit difficult without a ceiling, but what we've done is we just set the actors upright and basically tilted the digital wall, so the illusion is basically that they are at a certain angle. Yeah, and the sword isn't real as well, so we didn't kill anybody on set. Of course. Right. Yeah, this again, this gives you a bit more of an idea on how the set looked. So basically there was this fairly limited size of the set build. It's still fairly spectacular when you look at the complete technology in there. I mean, there's still a lot of like sky panels and everything in there. We have a fairly big setup and a motion capture setup. It was filmed in a ginormous stage, and since it was a research project, we had like monitors without end to actually create those things there. But you don't necessarily need a big wall to tell stories, and this, I really love this example because that's on The Killer on Netflix. I haven't worked on this one, but I like what they've done quite a bit. I actually couldn't tell those are driving plates. But they used an absolute minimal setup of LED to create the illusion of an actual driving car, which is awesome, as you see here. So basically, the wall you have upstairs is actually bigger than the ones they used on the big Netflix shoots. So basically, saying the size only enables you to do certain shots might be a bit basically open for interpretation in that regard. I like that it is a bit more streamlined. This is what Lux Machina and Markus Förder have done on the red notice as well. You notice basically this very odd shape, which is obviously following the CinemaScope, which is quite popular in film production, to create, basically to just barely fill the frame of the camera and create certain shots without wasting any resources and so on. And if you plan your shots ahead and actually think about what you want to do, this is perfectly, basically a perfect result that turns out, because you don't pay a lot, it's going to be like nice for the money, and you have a really good value, which is coming out of this entire production. Right. You can go very, very big as well, though, right? So technically, there's not really a size limit in there. Of course, it's limited by money, weight, power, actually, render power, and like a lot more things. But technically, you could build as big as you want. This is the NAN studio in Melbourne, which is currently the biggest studio in the world, and it is significantly big, right? The issue is like not many productions can afford something like that, because that's obviously going to cost a certain price tag for each day. So this is kind of reserved for big productions. But since we're already talking about big walls, I want to talk about the big wall I got to build. And I got the pleasure to work on Poor Things, which now won 4 Academy Awards and 5 BAFTAs and a lot more prizes all around the world. And it was a fairly unique project because it was very quick and very efficient. It was filmed in Hungary in the Origo studios. And it was basically quite the experience, and I've never learned so much in such little time. There we go. It all started with this kind of drawing, which was kind of fun. So this was the set drawing I got in the very beginning. And I got the request, say, hey, if you had this certain amount of LED, what would you suggest should the shape be? So I just like whipped it up in Illustrator, so not even a technical drawing program. Put it together and basically showed them, hey, I think that might be a cool way of shooting. That's how you get a lot of coverage. And then I got to go on set to set up the LED with the amazing team of like visual humans and tech. And I saw that they were using my thing as a reference, which was quite interesting at that moment. But you know, the things is they are pros. They really very much know what they're doing, so it's not just guesswork. And you see the first two panel span of being mounted on there, and they quite quickly became a lot bigger and a lot grander. You can see the kind of the size of one individual module on an LED wall there, which is quite impressive, and it became a literal beast. When we opened up the door of the studio, the LED started to wave like a curtain, which is a bit of a concerning thing to see. But then we stabilized it, we set it down on the ground, and it became fairly big. We had some lights as well, some significant amount of lighting. I think in total in the studio there were about 300 sky panels, 6 18 kilowatts lights. So it is a lot of light, which also needs a lot of power. And the LED wall definitely needs a lot of power as well. So we ended up basically getting power from 2 adjacent studios to actually power all the lights in the studios. And the power station got a call. We got a call from the power station when we swapped on every morning, because there was such a significant spike in the electricity that it was noticeable, which is, yeah, you know, a unique experience as well. But yeah, really, really impressive kind of setup like that. This is our server room. It started off really, really tidy, and then, well, as productions go along, you have the experience as well. This is Michael, one of the Pixera operators who helped us out, and we had 4 Pixera servers, each with basically 4 4K outputs. They went onto the things you see on the right side, the LED processors. We've technically translated it for the LED to be understandable. From there on out, we have fiber going into the studio, so all of this was in a container outside the studio, so we don't have any server noise and stuff like that inside of the studio. And yeah, this is everything we've powered. Usually we came in on like 2 or 3 hours before call time to make sure everything was up and running, and stayed an hour afterwards to make sure everything is ready for the next day, so long days. But I think it was worth it. I mean, it is fairly impressive when you actually walk around the LED wall. It just covered your entire peripheral face, basically eyes and everything like that. And I think it made an impression of like actually everybody who worked on set there, which is quite nice. I did a really funny thing with your biorhythm by there, just as an anecdote. But we were sitting basically on the right side of the frame here, down here. And if you looked at sunset all day, you're always like in this state of like, oh, I'm just about ready to go home finally. And it got really weird when we were shooting. Basically, we shifted the schedule a bit towards night at one time because of shooting issues. But it was funny because we shot like daytime on the wall, so your body didn't really prepare for night at all. So when you stepped outside into midnight and you're like, huh, something is completely off here. So yeah, it was really, really, really nice to get there. And yeah, as I say, we had a couple more curveballs, so it wasn't, of course, the only one. Setting up the wall was a challenge in itself. That was quite nice because the LED had to be flown in from China, set up within 5 days with the visual human tech guys, and they were like pulling it off really nicely. The vision team, like everybody on the local ground pulled together, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. We shot on analog film, of course, just to keep it easy. And at least for me, shooting analog was a very new thing. I'm not the generation who grew up doing this stuff. So we found out how to synchronize the camera with the LED wall, which ended up being like an external synchronization box that was originally used to synchronize CRT monitors. So we basically reused ancient tech to make it work for our modern purposes. And it was quite interesting because the video assist, so the actual like monitoring we get from an analog camera, is very old as well. Meaning we get a very weird response to the LED wall in itself. So what we saw on set always looked a bit pinkish because it responded really weird. But you can't really correct that because you're exposing on a different sensor the actual motion picture film. So basically you have to balance those two things. And luckily the Robbie Ryan, the DOP, was like really, really kind about it. And he was like, I actually know what I'm doing. I know what will come out of that. It was still a nerve-wracking moment, opening the next morning, basically the material from last day when it was developed overnight, to just hope there's no issues in that sense. But yeah, it made a really, really big impression on everyone else around it as well. And this is just a bit of like a couple like quick samples from the Union VFX breakdown, the guys who provided all the content and did a lot of the planning and down. And we were cool because in the Vision Team stage across the road, they shot a couple of miniatures as well. So literally everything you see around the ship in the actual movie is done in virtual production. Of course, there's some enhancement with VFX to basically enhance the actual experience. Funny scenes like that, though, when they throw something overboard, it doesn't go into the water, it goes straight into the LED wall. And this was like a dead bird, so it was soft, not a real dead bird, but it was kind of soft and squishy, so it's fine. But they also started throwing books overboard, and this is, of course, a bit of a different story, because then you're sitting downstairs and you hear like something going right into the LED wall, see the row of dead pixels all around it. And then you have to sneak up to the actual LED stage and just ask somebody like Mark Ruffalo or like his assistant if they, could not throw the LED onto the LED, please. But yeah, it made a significant impression on all the actors as well. That was really, really nice. Emma Stone did a Variety interview with Bradley Cooper, and she actually mentioned the LED wall as well. So it basically mentions, there was this enormous LED wall on set, and it was really, really impressive. It was nice to work with. I don't know, this was kind of heartwarming because I think none of the big actors otherwise like properly recognized our work yet. And another anecdote was quite funny because Robbie basically opens loves his wide-angle lenses and everything like that. So he's moving into a corner where I can't run my sync cable to the camera. So he just calls over this gaffer and asks him, "Hey, we need this camera there." And he just like puts out this ginormous drill and drills a hole in this beautiful set over there. And you're just standing next to like, oh my God, this is not good. But then the best thing was basically I feel a tap on my shoulder and turn around. It's like Mark Ruffalo. And he's like, I've been on a lot of film sets. Why is everybody always waiting until you plug in your cable to be ready to be shooting? And I was like, well, I'm doing this LED stuff and so on. But it was so kind about it. He came downstairs and we talked about what we do and how we work with. And that was a really, really, really nice experience in general. But yeah, it was a very stressful time as well, as I said. Not too much sleep, but I never learned so much in that sense. And of course, it opened a lot of doors afterwards because pulling something like that off was a significant thing. But I just want to give credit to every single person that worked there, all the companies from RE Rental, Vision Team, Visual Human and Set Tech, ICT, everybody who was involved. They really pulled together and actually pulled it off, which was, a fairly big challenge at the time, because it was COVID as well, by the way, just as a hint. But just to summarize something like that, I started in the beginning because, this basically gives you an overview of what we can do in motion picture. But there's so many different areas where we can work as well. So it's not limited to one certain part of production, because when you master the real-time engine, when you master tracking, when you master kind of those tools that around it, it opens the world up for you to work across industries in the media industry. So, for example, looking at VFX, we talked about animation just earlier now. So the simulcam workflow is something you can very easily do if you already work with virtual production, because you have the Unreal Engine, a real-time engine, you have tracking, you have motion capture, and all of that stuff we have there anyways. You just add an additional component where you actually replace something you see in the scene, and all of a sudden you are ready to work in VFX, which is quite nice. The game industry, of course, there's a lot of more adaptations happening from all the sides. Fallout, one of the prime examples, really, really amazing series, adapted very well for the screen. Also used a lot of virtual production, by the way, so I encourage you to kind of Google up on that one. And basically this is super nice, because if you have a game with all the assets and everything ready already, bringing them into the Unreal Engine and making them ready for a film shoot is a fairly small step. We can do live events. I got to go to the Esports World Cup this year and basically do a lot of AR production. Again, sharing the same workflows, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time, and you can profit from the industries across the road who actually figured out a lot of stuff we basically maybe have not yet figured out. And then the other way as well, you can bring value to productions that otherwise might have not had it in that sense. AI is super interesting as well. We developed workflows to very quickly create characters and stuff like that, but we try to keep it human focused. So the idea is to create AI that actually supports the artist and not takes work away. Which is also the important message we want to get out there. So hey, it's not a scary thing, it's an additional tool you need to learn, and if you use it right, you're gonna be able to achieve things that other people can't in that sense. VR and AR, super interesting stuff. I don't know if you had a chance to wear like a VR goggle at some point, or maybe even like at the Apple Vision glasses. There was this really amazing music video now, which has been released from The Weeknd, which they shot in full stereoscopy. But it was a very unique experience. I've never seen something like that before. It was quite nice because you're like, I don't know, 30 centimeters away from his face, stuff like that. And there's one shot where you walk into a full stadium, basically just behind him. So it walks like you're walking next to him into the stadium with everybody going like crazy and you're like full on goosebumps. So it is quite significant. And again, same technology, using cameras, using stereoscopy and so all that. And of course, film production. I mean, this is going to be the main thing that I'm still going to love it, no matter what I do. That's going to be the thing I'll try to keep doing for as long as I can. And I hope like all of you as well get a chance to enjoy, like learn the joy of actually doing this stuff on set. But yeah, that should have given you a bit of a glimpse into the world of virtual production, what we've done on the different sets. And well, thank you very much for having me, and feel free to reach out anytime.
Thanks for sharing those exciting experiences with us.
Thank you.
We saw that large LED walls have become more and more widespread in the last few years.
Yeah.
So what I would like to know is if we can expect experiencing those environments in movies is going to become more common that way than shooting on location in the future.
Well, maybe not more common, but definitely more present, maybe. No, it is basically, of course, it has its challenges, it has its kind of drawbacks. It is fairly expensive still, especially if you, I don't know, make it wrong and have to redo it post-production, which we of course avoid. But it also like this opens up the hurdle a bit more, but it gets cheaper and cheaper, more efficient and more kind of streamlined in that sense. So I would say it becomes more present. You can already see it in like a lot of big scale production, but also super nicely, we're currently doing like very different styles as well. We had a documentary there, which is quite uncommon usually to use this kind of production. And currently at the studio there's a miniature shoot happening, which is something totally unique. Never had that in a virtual production studio before. But it just like opens up more possibilities, and I think a lot of the studios and like creatives are there to really support, I don't know, up and coming talent with cool ideas. So yeah, I hope it will become more and more present. We will see what time does.
Yeah, let's stay excited for what the future holds.
For sure.
Thanks a lot to Adrian Weber.
Thanks.
So, before we dive right into our next keynote, first we have a little teaser for you for the portfolio of our next speaker. Unfortunately, we can't show it in our stream, but live here in our studio. So, now, last but certainly not least, we are thrilled to welcome Keyvan Mahintorabi, show lead renowned for his contributions to big blockbusters such as Spider-Man Homecoming or Avengers Infinity War. And he is connected with us from across the globe with 9 hours of time difference, live from Vancouver. Make some noise for Keyvan Mahintorabi.
Hi, morning. And hallo, Mittweida. So I'm a native German speaker, as some of you might know. So I'm very happy and pleased to be invited here to the forum. So many exciting contributions all across the board from movie and film productions. So, questions to the audience. What do you think? How many movie projects are hidden in the opener? So I give you 5 seconds of the jump cut. There are about 12 projects which were cut in the opener. From over 20 projects I worked on over the course of 10 years I worked in Vancouver. So we can go to the next. To understand how Vancouver became known as Hollywood North, we have to dig a bit into the history. So back into the 70s, there was a political change in the Canadian tax code that provided production the benefits to get money from basically Canadian taxpayers for film production. That made Canada in the north, of course, attractive. But it's not only that. Vancouver lies in one direction, in one time zone with LA. That means there is no time difference. That gives Vancouver another advantage. And that's probably one of the main reasons why it is Hollywood North. Another reason is the landscape of Vancouver. As you see here in the presentation, that's our local bay. That's Kitsilano, our Spanish bank, and Vancouver is located at the Pacific Ocean and is surrounded by the coastal mountains. They're around 1,800 meters high, and they're covering a range from Vancouver till north to the northern Bear Sea. That's the most northish rainforest in the world. Yeah, so the city itself has a huge talent pool because of a lot of companies which are located here since the 70s, I would say, since the 50s, 60s, 70s specifically after the tax code change. But even before that, you know, big stars were hanging out in winter in Vancouver. That was very famous and was already running for over 50 years, 200 years. We do have, yeah, some. Okay. So there, next to that, there are several major film studios in Vancouver film parks located in Vancouver. And for example, Netflix, we talked about Netflix here before. Netflix is renting 178,000 of square feet in the Canadian Motion Picture Park, which is located here in Vancouver. And Netflix has acquired Scanline Visual Effects as German visual effects house, you might know. And this is part of Netflix here in Vancouver, in the Vancouver hub. So let's go to the next. This has, of course, a huge economic impact on the Vancouver market. There are approximately 7,000 workers in Vancouver related to the movie business. So Vancouver has 1 million inhabitants in the center. If you take all the suburbs, there are 2 million. So with 70,000 workers involved in movies, that means nearly every 10th person you meet in the center is somehow related to movies. So we have, you know, the whole infrastructure from caterers to on-set shootings, of course, visual effects companies, post companies, sound companies, and so forth. So it's interesting. I wanted to bring you some numbers. The combined spending on film and television in post-production in British Columbia reached 4.9 billion in 2022. So if you compare, let's take, some German numbers to that. So the German movies are partly funded by public programs, which are divided into national and regional programs, right? So in 2024, national funding programs had budgeted over 100 million euros for TV production, and the German Motion Picture Fund supports the production of high-budget feature films with around 30 million euros. So this is, of course, if you compare that, that's considerably different, 4.9 billion to 100 million. Of course, that's the strength of Hollywood and the amount of features and movies we produce here. So if you see then the combined spending here in Vancouver since 2012, and I relocated to Vancouver in 2012 actually, it's nearly 40 billion. Therefore, 20 billion went back to workers, living here and working here for the movie business, because that's subsidized. And yeah, it's hugely used by Hollywood productions out of different reasons. As I said, the location of Vancouver, the time zone, the talent pool we already built up here, and all that comprises and makes Hollywood North, makes Vancouver to Hollywood North. So there are a couple of major VFX key studios in Vancouver. When we look at movie production as a general, we know after a shoot is done, a movie is moving into the post-production stage. Visual effects is part of the post-production. During the post-production, we do visual effects, we do sound effects. The director works with the cutter on the last cut, where everything comes together. And then we do basically the digital intermediate with the color grade. What you're gonna then experience on the big screen, or it gets streamed. So major key studios are Sony Imageworks. That belongs to the Sony Entertainment Group. Sony Imageworks is doing a lot of full CG movies. So not so lightly, they do visual effects, classical visual effects projects. So I worked on Alice in Wonderland there and Ghostbusters. They do that, but mainly they do most of their revenue out of their full CGI movies. So Sony has the headquarters, by the way, in Vancouver. ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, was formerly owned by George Lucas. He sold that to Disney. ILM now belongs to Disney. Disney has two facilities actually in Vancouver. So one ILM, which provides classical live-action visual effects, and an animation department for Disney animation projects. So then we have out of London, DNEG, DNEG as a major studio. We had actually MPC and Framestore as well. I worked at Framestore last year, but both studios in the meantime closed in Vancouver. But some studios closed, some open. That's basically movement on the market. VetaFX opened recently. Digital Domain is an LA-known company founded by James Cameron for actually doing effects for his Titanic. Later on, James Cameron sold Digital Domain, and it just carried on as a visual effects studios on its own. But it's a very LA-based studio. Scanline Visual Effects. That's a German company, as you know, by Foundation. In the meantime, it is sold to Netflix. So Stefan Trojanski, who was running Scanline in North Vancouver, yeah, he sold it basically now to Netflix, and they are producing content for Netflix. Animal Logic is another full animation studio here in Vancouver. It's a known one. And in the meantime, it is bought by Netflix as well to produce full CGI content. Then we do have Image Engine. It's kind of a mid-sized big player. And Image Engine was actually bought 2015 by Cinesite, which is a London company. So as you see, there is a lot of movement in the visual effects market. But it was always like this. And so it's important to have a mature market, which is the case in Vancouver. It's a real hub. Next. I want to talk about the typical structure of the departments of such studios. Having worked now over, the whole decade here in those studios, I know the structure is always the same. It's actually not really changing. With AI or without, I'm gonna talk about that. So we do have the pre-production. That's the huge part in visual effects studios. And they take over the concept design and they create layouts. Layouts based on each shot has a layout and it goes into a sequence, and all that gets laid out. And we do have layout departments in visual effects studios, which create basically quick times for the clients, and they get the green light to move on. We do have the production department here, which means like it describes the overall departments which create content, which would be assets in terms. Modeling, models which are used in the movie, can be like tanks or SUVs, whatever. And texture painting are creating surface structure and for those assets until they're greenlit by client. And then we do have the rigging department, which is a more technical one, has a more of a technical nature. The rigs and technical setups are developed here. So animators can then, bring that into motion, or FX artists can use that to create certain effects for shots. Then we have the animation department. Obviously, that takes over those rigged models and is bringing that into motion with timing. So animation is the key essence of specifically creature-heavy projects to bring life into that, right? Then we do have the effects departments. Effects departments are actually splitted out in very huge companies. We do have the classical effects, which would be maybe an explosion, snow falling, a snow plum, or whatever you could happen in a shot. And then we do have CFX, which would be this character-heavy shows all the simulation of clothing and collision on a character. So with all that material produced, everything goes into light. And when we talk about light in those studios, it is meant the lighter, it takes light rigs and is lighting out that asset to the plate it was shot on set to get the right lighting condition to the asset. And then he decides which, mainly a studio uses one render engine, but the lighter is under the control which render engine he uses for which situation, let me say. When that is greenlit, that is handed over to compositing. The compositing department is filing image compositings. It is kind of a gathering department. Everything comes to compositing, and compositing is collecting the final image and is responsible for the color and the final quality and the delivery to the client in that moment. After the client, has finalized the shot, everybody is happy, and the company has made some money. So the company has some in earlier days we had R&D, which means like software was developed, and of course pipeline development is happening in R&D. So nowadays not so much software anymore, but pipeline development. And the software part, is a transition to the out-of-the-box solution, combined with, of course, newly coming AI solutions. Yeah. And last but not least, we do have visual effects producers. They actually, and all the people, coordinating, making the bridge, the communication between the department. It's very important. So they are belonging to the production. That would be the visual effects producer. On the money side, it is the visual effects supervisor for the creative side, the manager of the project. Then there are supervisors of the departments. Yeah, and it goes down the line. The leads, then the leads, the seniors, and so on. To see how that goes together, I will show you the making of Monarch, which I worked on at Frame Store Vancouver over a year with the team. Let's go. Yeah, so yes, here we see their layout goes from model to layout to final rendering. And then here it's compositing, comes out of comp. Of course, some effects, or the destruction of the plane, or that comes the FX department. Yeah. This is a hard surface model, integrated into a plane, which was a main asset. Next to Godzilla spin-off. So we do have some creatures, and here's the ice monster, which we developed, with all the scales, the rig. Yeah, to be able to create those shots. Okay. in the end, I want to talk about the future prospects in visual effects. Well, we had a huge strike in Hollywood, as you might know. It is still impacting us, more or less, the aftermath of it. It went over a year, actually, when, you know, started with the actor strike, going into the writer strike, and so on. A lot of strikes linked into each other, creating a complete lockdown, I would say. It was unseen ever for the movie business. So we are slowly recovering from that. We are ramping up right now, but we are still not at what we have been before the strike. This is going to be maybe around summer of coming year, spring to summer of coming year. So a lot of fellow colleagues were really unemployed in that time. It was a very harsh cut for the movies. And with all harsh cuts, changes come, right? That happened with COVID, and it happens with the strike as well. Those are indicators for changes. And COVID brought us the remote work. Before that, it was unimaginable to work outside the studio. Nowadays, you know, we do have a lot of remote situations. With the strike, specifically, the industry is looking for AI solutions. Why is that? So a lot of people are coming to me and they're afraid, colleagues, you know, is my job, you know, safe? Is that things, this and that happening with AI? Is it taking away my job and all that thoughts? I can tell you one thing, you know, of course, we do have the rise of the general AI, but it won't replace our job as visual effects artists. It will change, you know, in the future, how a visual effects artist is using tools will for sure change. It will be more AI tools integrated. So, for example, nowadays, what we use are in the stage of layout. When you remember, we had the pre-production stage, layout and pre-production. We use AI for matting out humans, but for the pre-production stage, because the quality of that AI mats are not good enough to meet technical criteria which you need to have when you deliver a final image. So that means we can use it, we use AI there, but we still, you know, use vendors which deliver us the final roto, so we can do a final quality. It will change over the course of the years, that's for sure. So roto and paint will be for sure something which will be more affected by AI. Yeah, I mean, I'm here at the end now of that presentation. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Keyvan Mahintorabi, for that insightful keynote. I think we all got quite interested in you and your work, and that's why we want to give our audience the chance to ask you a question this time around. So is anybody here who has a burning question for Keyvan? Just raise your hand and I'll know. Okay, over there.
Hi. Sorry. Thank you for the insights. Do you think that Vancouver could, with all the, you described it, all the digital film companies could kind of outrun the classical Hollywood in Los Angeles and become like the new film center of the world?
Oh, so no. So it is you don't have to look at it like a separate entity, right? Here's Vancouver, here is Hollywood. No, it belongs it belongs together, because still the studios are in Los Angeles, and they do plan the movies they want to do, and they're already outsourcing it to BC. So LA is not doesn't really have a post-production like hub like Vancouver has now. There are a couple of companies left in LA, but all of the post-production is done more or less in British Columbia or on the East Coast in Montreal.
Thank you.
But it belongs together.
All right. Thanks a lot, Keyvan Maintorabi, for your answer and expertise on virtual production. Now, a special thank you, of course, to all of our incredible speakers who have shared their expertise and insights. And now, if you're interested in learning more about virtual production, don't miss part 2 of our panel, where our speakers are going to talk, discuss, and exchange. See you in 15 minutes for the last panel of the Medienforum Mittweida 2024.
2024 and to our second part of the panel, Rethink Virtual Production. Virtual production makes the current way of filming more efficient, cost-saving, and agile. No wonder that recent movies such as Dune Part 2 or Poor Things rely on this technology. Our speakers are outright professionals in this field and will give you a concept of the future use cases of virtual production. Firstly, I would like to introduce our speakers for all of those who weren't at the first part. Therefore, we welcome Dr. Jody Nelson-Tabor. She's the head of the Final Pixel Academy, a studio where next generations of artists, technicians, and producers learn how to work with virtual production. Our second speaker, yeah, you can sit. Oh, pardon. Our second speaker is Adrian Weber, a virtual production supervisor at Fireframe. He has already worked with many well-known studios, such as Studio Chanel or Searchlight Pictures. Recently, he has gained notoriety when working on the Oscar-winning film Poor Things. Next, we welcome Sven Bliedung van der Heide, the CEO of Volumetric. This is Europe's first commercial volumetric video studio, which uses a specialized technology to create live 3D holograms, bringing people back to life in both virtual and real environments. Thank you. And finally, we have Ben Bays, the head of animation at the University of Texas at Austin. He's a forward-thinking educator and experienced artist, and also will share his insights with us today. So welcome. And finally, I would like to introduce you the moderator of today's talk, Professor Linda Rath. She's the... Yeah, and now have fun with the talk, I guess. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Otti, for the nice introduction, and also welcome from my side. I'm very happy to be here, and of course I want to thank you for being here, from coming basically from all over the world. We heard from Helsinki, from London, from Potsdam, and from Austin. Very excited to have you here to talk about virtual production. I guess the first question I want to ask is about the current market situation in virtual production. We heard a few things from K1, how it looks like in Vancouver and North Hollywood, but how does it look like in Europe and the rest of the world? Is it characterized by a lot of small companies being super innovative and having a lot of money to experiment? Or is it more characterized by bigger companies who are not trying too much, but just a little bit? Maybe Jody, you can talk first.
Thank you. So thank you for being here. I'm really excited to be a part of this really great panel. I would say from what we have seen, we've had lots of really big studios set up, shut down, and lots of smaller companies setting up pop-up studios in smaller venues. I think there's still a knock-on effect where a lot of the freelancers have left the industry, sadly, or the work has really slowed down. I think with the technology disruption has also caused a lot of business models to start thinking about how they're going to reshift in the new marketplace. But I think there's still a lot of innovation happening. There's still productions that are going on, even despite budgets and schedules being slashed. I think it takes a really resilient company that has strong partnerships in place to ride the wave. Anyone who's worked in the business for many, many years always knows there's crests and there's valleys, and it's being able to survive that, and that's where I think being innovative is really helpful.
We've heard a lot about disruptions in all your presentations. The strikes, we heard about COVID, and AI was also another disruption. How would you say AI has changed virtual production in the past 2 years, if at all?
Well, not as much as you might think, at least in my kind of field. There's a lot of tools where you speed up workflows that already have been around there. But there's also still a lot of research going on. So there's a lot of stuff that we currently do for pre-production, for pre-visualization and stuff like that, to speed up all those kind of things. But for the final output, there's still a certain controllability or like a lack of quality that might not actually be enough to end up on screen. So we're trying to solve those as well, of course. And in a good thing, it has triggered a bit of fear, though, in a lot of actually like students as well. When I spoke with a couple of people, they were like, "Should we still go into this one, or is it basically too late for that one?" And I said, like, no, it's not too late. Okay. There's still
good for us
stuff.
then.
Yeah. But as well, there's chances. Just like you need to learn the tools, you need to kind of understand where it is beneficial, where it's kind of hurting you. And where you can integrate to actually like get the best kind of output in there. So yeah, it hasn't changed that much so far, but I think there will still change come, and we need to adapt to that.
Sven, what are your experiences over the past 2 years?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of afraidness regards AI. So a lot of people are afraid what's coming up there, but I think actually it opened up so many possibilities. And I think what we're currently seeing at the market, I mean, I've been now also in the US, in China, UK, I visit a lot of different countries to see what's going on. I think since the strike of the actor, actually, I think this is like, at least currently, the biggest challenge for movie productions that happened, way more than AI, because AI is not there yet to fully replace the actors. But since they did the strike, basically, they showed the investors of movies that there's a new variable, basically, a new risk factor in movie production, that actors could strike anytime, and you lose a lot of money when they do. And that's why I think a lot of investors just pulled out of the movie industry and invested their money in other directions, and that's why still after the strike now, we have less than half of the movies from Hollywood produced. They went like from 800 down to less than 400 movies per year. And I think this still is like, the investors still looking like, okay, is it a safe area to continue to invest in the future? And yeah, when actors now saying that they might reconsider another strike, I mean, this is like a fatal sign, I think, for investors to go into this business.
Yeah.
And this is not just, nothing has to do with AI. AI is just something that comes on top, and this is like often like used as an excuse, like why we're striking so on, but it's not there yet actually. It still will take a bit of time. And as Adrian mentioned, it's used for like speeding up processes, getting fast iterations, especially when you want to be creative, see different sets, different kind of backgrounds in virtual production to really fast iterate through them and see how they feel from the lighting. So that helps, of course, a lot to be faster, but it's not like that AI is taking out all the jobs already. So it's like still like a long way to get there. Yeah.
So we're still in the transformation phase of it.
Yeah,
all.
Totally. And everything that we see right now, it's not so much, especially in the movie industry, related to AI. It's all more related to the strike that happened.
Yeah. Ben, you also talk about the transformation from the traditional production process to the new virtual production process. And you mentioned a couple of times the fact that in the traditional production process, of course, you fix it in post, and now you fix it in pre-production. My question is, during this transformation time where we're still learning and experimenting, how do we fix the problem that sometimes we cannot fix something in pre-production? Do you know what I mean? Like, how do we survive this transformational phase until we understand, okay, in pre-production, we just have to think of the workflow in a completely different way?
Well, so this is not pertaining to AI. This is a separate thing.
No, okay. This is the workflow.
Right.
Question.
Well, it's very exciting because obviously, I have a very naive and very limited sort of understanding of virtual production. But it seems like as a person who sort of worked in animation and worked in asset creation, we were inheriting a lot of decisions that were made by people that didn't necessarily sort of understand the technology. Clearly they did, but decisions were made in production due to financial constraints, and I think that there was this attitude that it would all be sort of smoothed out. I'm very pleased to see that sort of the creative CG animator types are now sort of being put in front of the production. And I don't know the value of all that in the end, and I think the technology is changing just very quickly, in virtual production. This has all just been happening just within the past few years, really, and then AI's impact, I think, there's these obvious things about making images with AI, and then I think that there's this underlying things that AI or automation is going to do to the production pipeline with managing productions, with supervising, and all of the organization that I think is a little less visible. But I still, I still feel like there are going to be some knock-on effects, down the road from that. So, and I've seen clearly you made a film in just a couple days. That's just this extraordinary. Like I don't know how much it costs, but clearly the labor was not millions and millions of dollars, right?
Less than $10, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I have seen some other films that are, $130 to make, a 10-minute AI-generated film, and you're right, the matting and some of the specific things does not necessarily hold up, but I do think it's probably going to in the future. I think it's evolving in that direction. And, as production costs drop and the cost of spectacle, when you can do anything, when anybody can do anything, I wonder what we will value in entertainment, in the future, In virtual production, I mean, what I like about virtual production is that it sort of removes all of these sort of impediments to production, and then you can get back to directing actors on the stage and get back to really capturing those performances and people, it almost goes back to, the real directing of people and not necessarily sort of wrangling a lot of technology, because you have people, like these guys who are setting it all up so you walk in there and you're on the ship, and the ocean is already happening, so.
But doesn't that change? I mean, specifically the directing part, when we now know that Sven can just prompt the video and then that's it. I mean, isn't that going to change completely?
I mean, if I can answer that, I mean, I'm very sure, like in 10 years, we will look back at production, and we will feel like a very old way how we currently produce movies. I mean. I imagine it like in a way where we have like something like Netflix or whatever, a platform, but movies are generated on the fly, specifically personalized on yourself. And in this domain, actually, it's very hard to compete. And I would invite anyone to try like an experiment, like hearing like AI-generated music, for example. I did this now for more than half of a year, just mainly hearing only AI music. And what you will learn by that, or what I learned from that, is basically the valuation. What you've also mentioned is drastically changing regards music, because usually when I work, I generate the lyrics and the music on the fly, depending on what I want to hear, and then I have always new songs. When there's something good in it, I just save it for my playlist later. But you lose a lot of the value of music, actually, and I think the same will happen with movies at the same speed. Like if you have TV dramas or series that you can't continue, basically, then they have no value because you can't continue to watch them. Or if they go into frustrating directions which you don't like and you can't change that, then basically the value will be drastically different. And I think this is something that will happen over the next years. And I think we all should like remember the moment we have now, because I'm very glad that I could work on sets with real actors doing VFX. Going through all those areas and really remember those moments that we now have. Because I think in 10 years we will look back and it feels like an old telephone where you have to dial numbers like this, how we currently produce movies,
I agree. I think that's going to be the future. This morning I attended your workshop, Jody and Adrian's workshop on virtual production. And Jody, you said something that I had to write down. You said, I thought this was interesting and very true. It is the story that is driving the technology. So at the end of the day, it's about what do you want to tell, and then you ask the question, how do we go about and tell that? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, all of the technology, we talk about them as being tools in the toolbox. I don't think you're going to remove the human element from storytelling. We've been there since the beginning of mankind, womankind. And I think it's really important to just look at tools like AI as another tool to speed up processes, do things that are boring and things that we don't want to do, so we can get to the creativity. That's what makes humans so amazing, is because we are creative and we can tell all these stories that are unique to us. And I think we're living through a really exciting time where there's massive disruption and massive change, but also massive opportunities to make a difference, to have a voice, and to be able to use that voice to tell stories that are unique to you, and also that would be very fascinating to other people, where, it's being more and more democratized from systems that are in place, and I've lived through quite a few different changes in the industry where it's very top-down and you have very limited access to where suddenly you can go get an iPhone and make your own film and send it out on YouTube and 5,000 people see your film. And speaking of AI, there was a young man here in Germany who made an AI film that I was so impressed with, and it wasn't that he used AI to make the film, but it was the fact that he had foundational film knowledge. You could see in the creation of the film the structure, that he understood story, he understood what a protagonist was, a 3-act structure, and that comes from education. That comes from a traditional foundation of filmmaking. So I think it's important to hang on to those traditional elements of storytelling and training and education so that you can tell the stories you want to tell. But it's the learning the new technology that applies to that in so many different ways, because we've got lots of different ways we can tell stories now. And that's what I meant.
And
if I can be just shortly like the AI devil in this round. Nature has released a study now where they benchmark creativity, humans against AI. And since the beginning of this year, basically, AI was always far behind the humans. And now in the latest studies, basically, AI has surpassed already creativity on all measurement things, basically that we have. And I think all the things you mentioned, like editing skills, narration, and so on, are all things basically you can also train to an AI system. And I think there will always be like human-made movies still exist, but the big, especially the big Hollywood stuff, is that stuff that you can easily create with AI, because those are stories that are meant to reach to a lot of people at the same time. And stories that are very specific for single persons, I think it's more challenging to achieve those, but those are also not the target of Hollywood, actually, like very niche productions. But finding a story that resonates with as many people as possible to get your investment back from the investors is like the reason behind it. This is something that is the easiest thing to solve with AI, and I think especially humans are very bad in making movies. If you see how many movies we're creating every year, how our success rate is, if you really I think we humans, we have a very, very strong bias towards us, like that we are like superior across everything. And I think AI is now challenging us a lot.
But AI can produce a lot of bad films too.
Yes, of course, yes.
And I was going to say,
it will be way more.
Sometimes I was also going to say that it's not just about a marketing or a business model to make money, that what values something that is good or bad. And until AI becomes sentient and feels, I think humans still have a huge and critical evaluation, and having those things to be able to judge. We have millions of apps and channels and different things that we love, and I just don't think that that's going to go away. But it is the human that's training the AI, or I always say please and thank you to my AI, always.
I don't. Which is going to be bad in the future. So if I'm away, then you know what happened. No, but so the story is what's driving technology. I would agree. But on the other hand, I'm also guessing that the technology gives us more opportunities to tell the stories in different ways. So I want to know from you, Adrian, how does the technology actually impact the story on set? Maybe the director has new ideas while seeing all that is possible, not only on set, but also in the pre-production part, but mostly on set, like what is happening.
It's fun because it becomes like an on-location shoot, a controllable on-location shoot, which is quite interesting. So the request, like move the sun to the right, not really happening in real life. But it is basically, this is when people actually understand what is needed or what is possible in the kind of frame we set on what we make possible. Then it starts like playing around. It's fun when you do like workshop with people who never touched the technology before, because then just for like in-camera effects now, you start just playing around like very subtly, like, oh, could we, change the color of the curtain? And then, wait an hour, and then it's like, oh, we need clouds there, and I want a spaceship coming from here, landing there. And so it's just like, opens up the idea, and you can literally see the flip, the switch flip when people actually get the new kind of idea in there. It's not for everybody. This is also like a totally fine thing. And the second thing I really love about having the new tech on the block is that we can be, as young people, be on the set with the people who've been there like years and years and years and years. It's not not everybody's happy about this one, and you still have to prove yourself every single time. But it is basically lowering this barrier of entry quite quickly because we adapt quite quickly to this stuff usually.
Any other experiences?
I think with the new tech, it also offers new opportunities for people to get into the business faster, because there's such huge skills gaps. You know, traditionally you go through film school and you come out, you might be a runner for a couple of years and then work your way up through the department. And I think with the new head of department roles, the new technologies, the transferable skills, that means that getting a traditional film school degree means you can go work in broadcast, you can work in games, you can work in live events, because a lot of these skills using these real-time technologies are starting to cross over. And I think that's really exciting because you have choice. And that education means more than just, you know, a specific job role or something. Now that means there's also very specific job roles that we're looking for that have necessary skill sets, but I think also there's a lot of opportunity for young, hungry, curious people to get into the business and be molded and shaped by companies and businesses who are really eager to raise talent up in this new space.
Yeah, and I think usually from a producer side, they're always looking at ways to be more efficient. I mean, that's obvious, and therefore they're carving for young people that know those technologies, how to use them, how to integrate them into their productions. I know there's some like older productions which are still like try to do like very like old school filmmaking, but a lot of the newer ones, I remember it was a movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, where basically just a very small VFX team has proven that you can create a massive Hollywood-like movie with a lot of VFX. If you plan it well and you know your tools, it can be quite cheap in comparison to everyone else. And I think those cases, they prove very well that if you are young and you're well educated and you can bring benefit to productions, you can very fast get to big Hollywood sets, actually, because they're looking for that.
Yeah.
Their LED wall was a TV screen.
Yeah.
Literally, yeah, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
Pretty dope.
Ben, you talked about the history of animation. Looking at all the case studies that we were just able to experience, would you say that we've reached a certain endpoint of what's possible in animation, or is there something that you're still missing, that you think is still lacking, looking at the history and where we are right now?
I don't think we're at the end point of animation, and I'm not sure I know what is missing, but I do think that there is potential moving forward. You know, you know, the virtual production, as I understand it, you know, there's a lot more engineering, and as you alluded to, I think that there's this design methodology that has entered into production, right? Like you can improve it, you can change it on the fly, and I do think that, as I understand, students have had that design methodology. It's much more of a sort of featured component of curricula anywhere, you know, and I guess sometimes I think the difference between maybe art and design is art is showing me something I've never seen before, and design is taking something and sort of improving it, and I know that that's an incomplete definition, but I did think about that, as you said, move the sun and change the curtains and those sorts of things. I mean, to me, I feel like sometimes when I'm doing animation, I'm looking for those serendipitous mistakes. I'm okay with it. And I like to work on paper too, and I love it when I spill coffee on it, you know, because it makes it somehow more authentic. It's less perfect, but it has that, there's a word called aura, which is the quality of a physical object that makes it unique, you know. So, and I've worked in game design also, and games don't necessarily always have that. They have this quality of having been produced by a team and, you know, very sort of thought out in terms of all that. So, you know, in virtual production offers so many new things that we can do, and I don't think that we've really engaged with it, because it's like we're using the Unreal Engine. You can program in trigger boxes, you know, and I don't see that sort of gamification, the game design qualities that could be. I mean, you can have it. You can walk up to a door and the virtual production, it'll open, you know, just when you get near it. And I'd be very interested to see how maybe that sort of enters into the conversation of production, as you said, and personalizing it, you know, in different ways. And but I also have to wonder, you know, I'm going back to all these points that you mentioned before, you know, and thinking about maybe this is the end of mass media. Are we going to go to theaters anymore, right? Because it's been this sort of statistical game, like how can we make something that appeals to the most people at the same time? And maybe AI is good at that, right? It's a statistical model that's trying to predict not just what I said, my own bias, but sort of the bias of everybody, you know. So, and then I thought of the word photoplay. So when movies first came along, they called them photoplays because they didn't have a word for movie yet. It was a play that they photographed. And in fact, if you look at movies, they still say that at the bottom, any resemblance to people in photoplay. I do feel like that we're at this place with AI where we're calling it a movie in the same way that we used to call movies photoplays. We haven't quite figured out what this new thing is, but it's an interesting time. These two technologies, I think, have the potential to come together, especially when it becomes generative, when it becomes real time. You know, but I have to wonder, will it be a shared experience, or will we go back to, you know, looking at our little praxinoscope or whatever? Will it all be individualized? So anyway. So I don't think I answered your question at all.
You did, and you didn't. I want to open up the discussion to the live audience and also to the audience who is online. So if you have any questions through social media, then please do so. But I have one more question, so think about the questions that you might have. I want to know, besides the obvious job descriptions that we've all heard about, and also Kewan went through the different departments and what is needed, I want to know what skills are needed to make it in the virtual production industry. Is there, question mark. Maybe you all can answer. Adrian, you go first.
People skills are fairly important, which I wouldn't have thought, right? No. So basically, you have so many different people from all backgrounds on site, so kind of interfacing between them is like requires a certain level of just understanding and being open for why would you do this thing the certain way. So that's basically one really important one on set. And then it's kind of like being able to stay relaxed under pressure. If there's a big shoot and everybody's waiting on you because something failed on the wall.
Poor you.
Yeah, well, it's fine. It's my fault. No, basically, my job as the supervisor is kind of to gather all those nervous people and tell them, like, give us 3 minutes, we're going to be back up and running, and then just stand with your point and not have everybody run behind the technicians, behind the brain bar, and then just like, hey, you ready yet? Still not ready yet? And so on. So yeah, this also requires like.
So people skills and working under pressure.
Yeah, and then creativity.
Two very good skills.
Creativity. Okay.
I would also add to the fact that, look, film is very hierarchical, right? You have roles, you have departments, you work your way up the chain, you've got heads of departments. And it's important to understand that, which is where the people skills come into play, to know who I'm supposed to talk to, when, and who not to, when. But I think it's also important, and this is a really great opportunity while you're studying, to try, to fail, to work in multiple different roles, to understand what each other is doing. This was a skill that I learned very quickly when I started making my own films. It was like, oh, what does that department do? And what does that department do? And as a producer, what it did was it helped inform my decision-making and the questions that I would ask and anticipate the needs. Because working in film, you're a problem solver, right? Yes, you're creative, yes, you're artistic, and yes, you're there to tell a story, but you're there to solve a problem. And the more that you can do that for production that saves time and saves money will help you to work often and again and again and again. And so the people skills, being able to get along with people really well, and obviously knowing your job, but knowing what everybody else, their roles are as well, will help make your life a lot easier, I think, and make the experience really enjoyable. I think virtual production also speeds up the process of the film, because traditional film, there's a lot of sitting around, you have to wait until things get set up, and lights and so forth. By doing a lot of the stuff in previs, allows that shoot time become much shorter, much more efficient, people get the jobs done, and I think working well under pressure is a really core skill to have in this new future of work.
I'm also hearing curiosity.
Yes, oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. And never stop learning. I think I said that in the workshop. You know, school is only one part on your journey. You will continue to learn as you get out, and it's a really important skill to have.
I can 100% agree with the previous ones. So I would add like setting goals that are, or challenges that are bigger than everything that you have done before. Like something that is very huge, where you think it's impossible to do, and just try it. And if you fail, you have learned a lot by it anyway. But really, like, especially when you're a student, try to get very big goals and try to make them happen. And often I think you will find out that it's not impossible and that you can do it. But this is often something that you will not recognize if you not even try it because you think it's impossible. So just clear this word out of your mind and just try it. Trying and learning. And also I would add sounds a bit like maybe boring, but like software development. I can strongly recommend everyone basically because you learn very much like logical thinking by it. And also the great thing is you learn how to automate a lot of things that usually are tedious, repeating tasks that just take a lot of time. So even if it's very annoying to learn programming, I know that I've learned a lot of different development languages and I always hated it. But in the end, I loved it because it made me so much faster in everything that I'm doing, and I'm applying this to every principle.
But do we need that now with AI?
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is you still need to know like logical thinking, how to build like blocks to understand if the ideas that are suggested by AI are basically like a good way and efficient, and if they're like an applicable solution for your problem. Because often AI comes up with a lot of different ideas, but finding a way that is really efficient, it's not so easy actually, and not just having the one solution that might work somehow, but one of the best solutions on the market, because this will differentiate us from others that basically also try to find just a solution.
If I may, before Ben, I was going to say, I asked one of your faculty this very question this morning. How do you assess your students on the outputs that they're turning in for their assessment? And if they make it with AI, how do you evaluate what they're learning with? I know you giggle, because I don't know. It's okay, I won't tell.
It's a challenge.
I won't. I know. It is, but he made a really good point about this. The critical thinking skills, but also if I ask you to change, oh, this is really great, but can you change it day for night? How much I do that? So if they didn't learn the traditional skills of being able to be adaptable in that space and just relying on a tool to do the job for them, then it means they haven't done the job well. So I think it's important, like this programming language and learning outside of just the frame of what your box is will help you to be able to meet that remit. Because people will often ask you to change things, particularly on the fly, with no extra money and no extra budget. So you have to figure that out, and having these tool sets to help you do it faster is really, really important. Sorry, Ben.
Maybe going off a couple of things that I heard earlier. First of all, I'm terrible at coding and type. I'm a bad typist. So, but you know, I encourage my students. So Unreal's a good example. It underpins a lot of what's going on, and obviously seeing some of the technology on screen, it's just like, how do I even get my hands on that camera? Unreal is free. It has a wonderful learning environment. So read the manual. And if your curiosity, sometimes they can be a little dry, but I promise these programs want you to learn them. Like, they are very often free. And if you can just get good at sort of slowly going through the documentation, and you can get good at Unreal on your own, absolutely. They make it very easy for you. And that kind of skill is going to complement anything else. Of course, going to a program like this, where you can get your hands on actual hardware technology and see how that works, is really going to help. But these two things are coming together. And so the software, and you saw I saw the different AI sort of components that you used in your film when you made, and all of these things are brand new. And I know that you had to figure these things out on your own, and I don't know if there's a manual, sometimes not, but you know, it's the barrier to learning these things is very easy. I might suggest maybe not going to YouTube first, because there can be a lot of misleading information. I see my students go down the wrong path with these things. So just that, you know, I think that people who have had success in all of the industries I've ever worked with around digital, around games, around film, are just very curious. They will download it, they will dig in there, and they'll start experimenting and failing and messing around as soon as possible, and they'll build just a little bit of knowledge. That's all you need. Because if you find a mentor, like these people here on stage, they're going to really help you move very quickly, but they need you to be able to speak that underlying language, you know, so you can contribute to the conversation.
Maybe if I can also add just one more thing, like using large language models for learning is also like something I can recommend, and also to challenge yourself. Like, if you have some idea and you think it's a very great idea, just put in, you are now like my most biggest opponent, and you always hate all ideas you hear, but you're arguing with me, and then just type in your ideas and you get basically destroyed, and then you can argue, like, to see, are there maybe roadblocks, and you can try to figure, can you can you make it happen that the AI basically believes that their idea is still good after this whole, but there are a lot
if
of,
you have masochistic tendencies,
yeah,
then that's
no,
what you should do.
but those are good approaches to challenge your ideas first.
Great idea.
And often it's very hard to find people where you can challenge ideas.
Yeah.
And those tools, they give you possibilities to learn. Also, like if you say, don't give me the answer, but describe it in a way that I have to solve it, and you provide just hints for me step by step. There's a lot of cool ways how to learn
I like that.
and be faster, basically, to get more knowledge. And I can totally recommend anyone using those tools, not just for as like a Wikipedia, but really to learn new things as well, and challenge yourself with those tools.
So I hear, say please and thank you. Just say please and thank you. Just say please and thank you. That's all I was going to say, so it gives you the answers that you want. Keep it sweet.
I need to change that. So I hear a lot of different skills, but nothing really out of the ordinary, right? It's just common sense, I guess. So that's good news for us. Adaptive. I think that's a great term, adaptive. Okay, so let's open this up. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and let us know. Kendrick.
Hi, thank you for the nice insights. I'm not sure if this is the right talk for that, but the question just came through my mind. In your presentations, you all talked a lot about big international high-end Hollywood productions. But I just thought about the German movie landscape, which is often described as boring and always the same. But do you think that virtual production is a chance to improve that German movie landscape and made it more diverse and maybe make it interesting for the international market?
Yeah, just jumping right on that. Yeah, definitely. German broadcasters start to put more money into certain productions, so we get bigger scale productions in Germany. The Swarm was one of the biggest one last year, I think. It turned out fairly well. There's new ones in development, and they very much look at virtual production. So basically, the idea is how to streamline the entire thing, how to accommodate funding from different countries and different environments and stuff like that. And just, for example, being able to shoot, I don't know, Switzerland in Luxembourg or something like that. So you can basically mix and match the money pots perfectly fine in that sense. So yeah, it definitely helps. It's a bit slower to adopt than other countries. But it is moving in this direction because of, well, budgetary cuts also in broadcast, across the media industry. And it helps save money. So this is kind of a win-win situation when you bring in something that enhances the creativity for a given budget. With basically still basically reducing the overall overhead. Yeah, feel free to add if you want.
Well, I mean, I'm not from this market, but what I can say is that you've got a facility now up on the 3rd floor to where you can make a huge impact in the industry. Don't think that you have to wait until you graduate and you get into the commercial sector to start making a difference. You have the tools and the facilities upstairs to start making stories and start sorting out the tech and figuring out how it works. And you can make some really amazing projects that would fit in the commercial sphere quite easily. That tech is no different than stuff you've seen, and Adrian set up many, many stages. And Unreal is free, so it's just coming together and going in and making things, and that's what attracts finance and moves an industry forward.
And also we might have like subsidiaries for film by beginning of next year, which makes it a bit easier to get bigger budgets into projects in Germany. And then also I think, especially due to Netflix putting more money into the market, we have now more and more also like German shows that had money to prove that we are actually also able to write good stories and good movies, or serial TV drama, like, I don't know, How to Sell Drugs Online Faster. I love the show, for example, or like Mindful Murdering, or what? Like, I think we can do it, and we proved it already. But building up trust in the market that we're also good storytellers, this is something that is now coming more and more into sense. Like, but I think Netflix was a very important step for that, to show that not only our old landscape is able to do it, but also like putting new people together.
And have trained crew. Yeah. That's really important. Yeah. They come to countries where there's trained crew available. So that's why the education is such an important component of the filmmaking industry.
Okay, great. Another question? Lucas, please.
Adrian, thanks so much for a very great and interesting presentation. So you started your career in Stuttgart, and then you traveled around the world. You saw a lot of different things. And what do you think, why is virtual production a so international thing? And what does Germany, what role does Germany play in this big game? And also, what do you think, what are the difference between the countries in the world?
Oh yeah, well, it's massively different. It's fun because kind of the mentality of countries flows into the film production. I got to set up, for example, a couple of a stage in Mexico. It's a bit more like free, right? So you build the LED directly on the floor. That's totally fine. You just do a bit more run and gun and so on. Works as well, so that's quite fun. Then there's very streamlined and very unionized things in the US. When we go there, I'm technically not allowed to touch certain things because I'm not in a union and stuff like that. And I need to work in non-union stages because I can't do this around there. And then, for example, in Hungary, it's more like everybody pulls together and gets up and running. So it's really nicely around the world. And Germany kind of is, we have a really good engineering background, and we're kind of famous for that one. So that's going to be super helpful. And it actually is quite nice when they say like, oh, cool, the German engineers here, so it's going to be fine. Like, all right, let's see how we get there. But it's also like setting a tone. I mean, the Hyperbole in Munich was one of the first stages in the world at a large scale operating on Hollywood level. They got calls from the US directors and so on to come over to Germany to shoot right there, which is awesome. And they now do Hollywood movies as well, constantly. So it is basically helping quite a bit as well to move it forward. And I think the German expertise is there. And there's like a lot of, it's one of the most like forward-thinking countries in terms of education. Basically setting up this entire thing around there, investing into the hardware, investing into the students and the teachers and so on, setting up conferences, bringing people together. UK is a bit doing it the other way around, relying on kind of government-funded objects and projects and so on. But it is kind of nice, yeah.
Yeah, one thing to add, maybe something you have to keep in mind. When you live in Germany, usually you know all the stuff that is going on in Germany, and everything from the other border looks better and feels better. Like everything you see from the US and China, it's always like, oh my God, what they're doing there. But if you're there, they have the same mentality. So they look at Germany and they see, oh my God, what they're doing there in Germany. So it's the same thing. It's very, very weird. So like the grass is greener on the other side all the time. And you can be proud to be in this education system of Germany, learned all those things, so you don't have to like come up with a mentality to the set that you are from Germany and in America they do crazy stuff, and in China, because in Germany we also do a lot of cool productions that are massive. And I mean, even like the beginning of movie production, most of the technology was invented in Germany and then later went to the US. Or deepfakes, the first deepfakes like more than 13 years ago have been implemented in Germany by research institutes. Like, it's like often a lot of technology comes from Germany and we just forget that. But everyone else in the other countries, they see that and they know that and they're like, oh my God, what they're doing there in this country. So we can be very proud of all the technologies that we have developed here.
Just an anecdote to that. We, in the beginning of the studio camps, it was COVID, so it was really difficult to talk to other people around the world, and it felt like everybody has like no problems whatsoever, just moving along, and it's awesome. And then we set up a call with INM, which was cool. I mean, it was like perfect for me. I never had to talk, I got to talk to the big people over there. And it was awesome because, well, it was really reassuring for us because they joined the call with about 12 people. We were 2. And they're like, oh, is the rest of your team not joining? We're like, well, we are complete. And then it was like incredible because they were really amazed that we actually managed to do like productions that look still really, really good and like succeed on a big level and so on. And then, since then also like it optimized over there. The crews got smaller, more lean, more efficient and stuff like that. So it's like a ping pong match around the world.
I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, there's a question. Wait 1 second. Okay.
So, first of all, thank you for being here. And my question goes to a thing which Sven said in his presentation. An interesting move he pulled when he showed the images of Jurassic Park, supposedly Jurassic Park. You showed like 2 images. One on the one side, you said like, oh yeah, this was made with AI. Not talking about the other one. And then you asked like, oh, did you see that this is AI? And I thought it was really interesting to see the reactions of the group. So like, for example, everyone was like, yeah, of course I see it's AI. And then you said like, oh, but the other one is also AI. And I think this is a problem which we at the moment have with VFX, with virtual production and with AI, that sometimes the decision we make, once we know it's VFX, it's AI, it's CGI, it's virtual production, that sometimes, even if we don't know it by seeing it, but just knowing it by knowing it, that this might be not well received. How do you think this perception of the society will change or stay in the future?
That's why I love such experiments, and I put it in there to challenge you. If you would create like a big Hollywood movie now, and you write afterwards that everything was created with AI, I mean, you can imagine what kind of sales price you will get. I mean, it's basically worthless. You can't get any money, no theaters will show it. And currently the perception of the people is that everything that is created from AI is basically for free, even if there's human work involved in it. But currently the level of basic value of everything that is created is basically very, very low. So everyone in the group, I wouldn't recommend anyone putting AI on their movies or even like sounds, because you're devaluating your product a lot by using it at the moment. I think it will be still like a progress where people have to learn like differences, and also I can imagine like it will be way more like a shared experience where you have communities building like own models and training own models, own stories, they share them with each other. So you can have like let's say you have a very crazy playlist which generates a lot of very crazy content, and you can share it with me, so I can generate also new movies in the kind of same style. And I think what I see now is also all the image generators that are online. It's more like a very huge community. People training own data sets, they're sharing it with others, they create specific styles. And the same, I think, will happen with movies as well, that you have some editing styles or some like visual styles, some color grading styles. People will train them even like on their own machines, share them. And it will be, I think, a complete different experience how to watch movies in the future, because, I mean, in the end, I think we will always want like to have a shared experience, because a lot of people, they're carving for something that they can share with others, that they have like a similar feeling that they can discuss. So there will be like those big IPs like Star Wars or something where you can create something from the universe, but maybe the stories, they will diverge a bit depending on your background. But you will have to create like some IPs that are basically, discussable for multiple people. And then of course, you also have all this live stuff going on as well, which is very hard to replace with AI, like in the music business and so on. And even there, if you ask yourself, let's say you go to a venue, and basically there's just music coming from the speakers. What value has this venue basically? And just by placing a DJ there, so you just have a person there on a podest, and even if it's the same music, but there's a person, I think it's like curated in some way with the DJ, already the value is way higher. And so like currently when you add some human elements to something, the value automatically rises quite a lot for your product. And I think it will take quite a while, and it will be impressive. Maybe it could be end up like that basically AI is generating movies, but they don't have any value anymore. So all the main stuff you can just watch, and then it's just common sense that you can watch any movie or any kind of stuff that you want at every time. That would also mean that you don't have any like limitation of this product in the market anymore. And this could lead to like, okay, if I can watch any like series for all the time, continue it, but maybe after some weeks you don't want to watch it because there's no shortage in any like of content. So you say, okay, I like to go out more with friends, do partying, do other things, which enjoys you, because the other part don't have such amount of value anymore. And also with movie productions, just to conclude, it's the same if you have more TV shows running, of course the value of all the TV shows also drops. And I think this will be changing massively with more content now.
I hope that answered your question. We only have time for one or two more questions, so please use this time. Elisabeth, and then I think there's one over via social media as well. Maybe we can do that quickly. Elisabeth, we need a microphone in the front. Thank you.
Hi. So I have a question about, I think, directed to Adrian. I don't know. But yeah, like I have been hearing like virtual production, it has a lot of restrictions, disadvantages. You cannot like be very flexible. It's a lot of budget, a lot of money, resources. Also because of the electricity and so something like that. So my question is, how big role is actually virtual production going to play? Because like AI, isn't like virtual production just like a little step that we could theoretically like just skip and focus more on AI? What is the reason we should still focus on virtual production and learning it?
Yeah,
try to answer
I keep it
as quickly as possible. Sorry. Because I want to get one more question in there.
Appreciate this. No, no, it is quite. It feels quite restrictive. So we point out the challenges, so you're not going to fall into pitfalls on set. Because if you set it up properly and actually let the people know the stuff, it's not as restrictive as it sounds in the first thing. Actually, it kind of elevates the stuff, because when you shoot on green screen, when you shoot on stuff like that, you have way more restriction in terms of your post budget. You can't maybe move the camera because it doesn't fit the budget. You have to tracking. You have kind of all those other limitations that come from that side. So there's an area where virtual production works very well, and there's areas where it's not just suited for that thing. I think it's a step to further kind of developments and so on. It might not be fully replaced in any time soon. But it might be reduced, more efficient, more lean in that sense. And I think AI needs to be more controllable to actually play a big impact into film production, because especially in moving content, it's not consistent about time. We have changing faces and stuff like that. So that's an issue still. So both of them have to kind of adapt in a further sense to actually be replaced by one another. And you still want to have talent. So it's still movie stars, still people, still kind of your heroes sell the product. So as long as you have that one and not completely perfect in AI, we're going to need to have them in front of LED.
I appreciate the brevity. I hope that answered your question, Elisabeth. And one last question via social media.
So is it possible that Unreal becomes chargeable? And if this will be the case, how much would it disrupt the virtual production industry?
It already is chargeable now. No, they changed their payment structure. So technically, if your company makes over 1 million in revenue, you're going to have to buy seats for your Unreal licenses, which comes to about 1,800 a year per seat. It's not really disrupting the virtual production flow, because if you make above 1 million revenue and have 8 artists, that's 8,000 something, or a bit more than that, which is from the actual million chunk fairly manageable in that sense. And they really aim to actually keep it usable. So they're not going to raise it up to 5, 10, 12K, because then everybody's like, well, let's use Unity then.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts on this? No? Okay. Then thank you very much for the question. So I guess I get to ask the last question, and this, of course, goes to everyone. What would you say is the #1 takeaway for our students here? It's obviously a conference from and for the students, so we're all wondering, okay, where are we heading towards? What's the takeaway for us? And I want to start with Jody, because you come from the educational, with an educational background, and also at Final Pixel, you are in the silo of the academy perspective. So what do we need to...
Well, I'm going to pick up what Sven said about don't be afraid to experiment, based on a conversation you and I had last night, which was don't be afraid to ask the question. I think as young people, you're still exploring, confidence still needs to be built, and you're afraid to ask somebody how to do something because you're afraid they're going to say no. And if that's the worst thing that happens, you're going to be okay. So that's how you stay culturally relevant, that's how you stay curious, that's how you stay innovative, is to ask people that are in that expert space, go on LinkedIn, watch, YouTube people who are, really making waves and doing amazing things, and ask them, say, hi, I'm here, I want to do what you do. How do I get started? Where do I go? What things do I need to be reading or watching or learning? And I think that is probably a really big indicator of how you will act in the future, is by gaining that confidence and not being afraid of somebody just telling you no. If they do tell you no, next. Go ask somebody else, because I guarantee you there will be people out there, much like the people on this panel, who are very willing to help you get to that next level, because there were people that helped us as well. And I think that's really, that's what I would say would be a takeaway.
Nice. Thank you. Ben?
Well, I think the big takeaway among this group is that the technology is all around you and ready to go, so there is no impediment if you're interested in virtual production. And as she alluded to, I'd be very happy to field any questions from anybody who's interested in these things. I would also say is not to underestimate, your own sort of your background. you probably grew up with games, you grew up with technology, you have a different sort of take on it in an impression of it, and that is influencing the direction that these things are going. We typically make content for people younger than ourselves. You know what I mean? So, just to remember that there's a lot of sort of hidden things that you have that have a lot of value in this situation that you may not recognize.
That's good. Thank you. Sven?
Yeah, I would say always try to stay as much as possible outside of your comfort zone. When you're inside your comfort zone, you will not learn anything. And basically, as more you can push you outward of this zone, you will learn new stuff, you will be experimental, you will fail and whatever, but this will really make you learn new stuff. So comfort zone is basically like a dead end, and you should always try to push you outside of that. Even if it not sound very comfortable, but if you anticipate that and you really start loving staying outside of comfort zones, then it's more like a challenge, and you will really love and enjoy the stuff you're doing, and you will build confidence by your own.
Sounds exhausting, but probably true.
Fun. Yeah. Also, watch left and right, right? So it's not just one thing that's the end all being. We had discussions about why is broadcast better than film and the other way around. That's not the case. We can learn from each industry out there. And then if you have games, you have VFX, you have AI and all that stuff out there, be curious. It's really, really interesting. And well, I'm not really afraid to say when I don't know anything. So if I have questions, I'm just like, hey, let's have a quick chat. How would you do that? Why not? Yeah, you don't have to know everything, and you don't have to pretend to know everything. There's really cool people out there who, help in every single way they can. So that's fun.
Yeah, that sounds like beautiful closing statements from all of you. I want to thank you very much again for being here and presenting your insights. Adrian, Jody, Sven, Ben, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for your attention. And that is it for this talk on virtual production. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, a big thanks from me to our guests for providing us such an inspiring look into the future of virtual production. Yeah, and with that said, that was the last panel of the Medienforum Mittweida 2024. Thank you all for joining us, and see you next year on November 17 and 18. Bye.